had water on the knee, and he thought the doctor had come to see him, and the doctor was very cantankerous about this because it was early in the morning, and he came in a buggy because that was in 1915, and that's the way the doctors traveled. They had to travel, and you know, during a wartime there wasn't enough fuel and so on and so forth. And he said, "Where is your wife?" Which infuriated my father. He said, "You came to see about me." And he said, "Where is your wife?" He just kept, and he said, "She's upstairs." And so the doctor went on upstairs, leaving him, and he said, "That damn quack doesn't recognize a crisis when he sees one." So that's
typical male priorities.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
So at any rate, that's.
We are interviewing Mr. Robert L. Pomeroy at Latham headquarters. It's June 8th, 2001. Interviewer is Michael Akey. Videographer is Wayne Clark. Mr. Pomeroy, where were you born, sir?
I was born in I was born on a farm, but on the outskirts of a village called Convent, because there was a big, large Catholic convent there. And the train stopped there, but there was nothing else there.
In New York?
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
At the outskirts of Madison, New Jersey. Yeah.
And you went to school in your early years? Where?
Well, I tried to get into school then, at least when I was about 3 years old, because I figured that's where everything was at. You know, suddenly all the family had a brother and two sisters, and they were off to school, you see, and I was left at home with, we had some servants in those days. It was taken for granted. You had to have somebody rather to take care of new arrival in the family. But I was never allowed in. And from that time on, I guess I did manage to get in one time and thrown right out. But from that time on, I spent my life going to schools. I once counted 16 schools that I'd been to, from the first one, I think in Shanghai, Pekin. Pekin, we had tutors. We didn't have there wasn't a proper school in Pekin.
What did your father do?
My father was hard to tell what he did. I think he was a member of the bar, the New York bar, but he had started off in college and had finished high school and started off in college and met my mother, who was a singer on the stage in New York, and she was from Florida, and he fell in love with her and decided that, and in those days you had to quit school. He was at Princeton, and he had to, or he wanted to, I don't know which. He was very rich. He had his grandfather had been, I've later found out, had been really a Civil War profiteer, and was smart enough to see that cotton was going to be a big thing, and he was in St. Louis. St. Louis, I always got Louisville, and Louisville is Kentucky, and St. Louis is Missouri, right? And he was there. He had been there for long before the Civil War, and had bought as soon as the Civil War was obvious, the steamboats were fewer and fewer people went up and down the Mississippi, and he chartered these boats because he had made a lot of money already on the gold rush, and not mining, but outfitting miners and people going west. And So he chartered these boats, sent them down, loaded up full of cotton, brought them up, and made warehouses and loaded them into warehouses. And then from that time on, he was making millions, sending cotton to across to England, to Europe. And so that's why my father, he died when my father was a baby. And his father, my father's father and mother, also died when he was a baby. He had travel in his blood. He had been born in America, had been immediately taken overseas because his mother, his father, my grandfather, was a diplomat. He was in the secretariat. He was first secretary in the embassy in Paris and was made ambassador to Egypt. And so my father got used to traveling, even as a baby, obviously, and it was in his blood, and he spent the rest of his life traveling. I don't know how many times he went across, I don't know how many times he went around the world, but he took us around the world when we were old enough to go.
Now, where'd you go to high school?
High school in Lawrenceville, New Jersey, and Washington, and I had a tutor. Whenever we traveled and he decided that we had to get out of school, then he would get a tutor. And we had one tutor that was absolutely fabulous. And when it finally came to taking college board exams, I had no trouble at all because of this guy who had been a friend, our tutor, Mr. Standing, outstanding man, well, with a name like that. He had been an assistant to Madame Montessori, who was, as you know, a great innovator in education, and taught me algebra, geometry, and Latin, and I stopped at Greek. I wouldn't understand. I didn't like the alphabet. But English history, and then I got from my father. My father was a great historian as far as American history was concerned, and he insisted on at the age of 14, of reading Wilson's History of the American People, which was, I've always loved American history more than English. I found the English history a little bit too involved with all those kings and queens. So, otherwise, I went to school in Cleveland, Ohio, 2 schools there, one out in the country and one in town, university school, which my father had been to. And strangely enough, when I went to university school, and that was high school. That was the first year of high school. There was one. The headmaster had been one of my father's teachers, and I thought, my God, this is like having some prehistoric monster in the house, I mean, I couldn't believe that anybody had known that my father had ever been a child. But and then Switzerland, Italy, France, just wherever we were. No, this wasn't. Well, these were more or less high school, because I ended high school in a school called Hun School in Princeton, which was a very good school. And they guaranteed to get anybody into college.
And where'd you go to college? Assuming.
Well, I went to about as many colleges. I went to American University for a short time, just when it was opening up. I went to George Washington University to take several courses and to assist in, because I was, one of my loves was ornithology and natural. We had a farm and we lived on a farm and animals and shooting and stuff like that. And I took courses at another big university in Washington D.C., Georgetown, and Santa Barbara, where we had cousins or an uncle and aunt and first cousin.
About what time period is this?
Well, now we're getting to not in the 30s. 30s when I was going to college, and I'd go for a year and then wander off because somebody would say the word would go around, look, the family are going to Italy, because my sister, like a damn fool, she was sort of a snob, and she wanted to have a title. I'm sure that's the only reason she went to Italy, to get a title, which she got. She married a baron, so she was the baroness, you know. And they had a big palace in Catanzaro. Nobody's ever heard of Catanzaro, I don't believe, but anyway, it's right down on the toe of Italy. And her boyfriend up to that time had been a chap by the name of Buy Wrigley. And I tell you, Buy Wrigley, everybody in the family, at least us kids, wanted her to marry Buy Wrigley, because when he came to the house, he always had 2 pockets full of chewing gum. And he owned everything in the world, you know. He owned half of one of the shipping lines. He owned Catalina Island, which in itself, later on I found what a wonderful place Catalina Island was. And but unfortunately, she didn't see the beauty of Buy Wrigley. Actually, she did. I've got a lot of letters from them. But and he was always asking her to marry him.
What was Italy like in the 30s? What was Italy like at that point?
Italy was, well, when I became really familiar with Italy, although I'd been in school there, in Rome, and of course in Rome in school you were, all of your friends were American. A few Italians, but not, mostly Americans, even in the Foreign Service or their families, you know. But one of my best friends was, I haven't seen him since that period of time, was a chap by the name of Collins, Lawton Collins. And I think his father was military attaché at the American Embassy. And I think that Lawton went to West Point. I know he went to West Point because his father and his grandfather, one of his great-grandfathers was in the Civil War, I believe, general in the Civil War. And Lawton's brother, I had a brother born there, and this chap was the one who navigated around the moon while the others landed. You know, he didn't land. He was, what was his name? Called the Collins. Do you remember?
The astronaut.
He was an astronaut, yeah. And I would like to have met him again, but Lawton, I think, was in the invasion of Normandy, and maybe he was killed there because you don't hear from him later, and he had the nickname of something that sounds like Lawton, but isn't. It's something, Collins. It'll come to me, but do you remember that? Lightning Joe Collins.
All right.
His name was Lawton Joseph Collins.
Major general.
He was a general. He was a general, and I believe that he was. He may have. Either that or he was in the Navy. I'm not sure which. But and that's why they picked out this Lightning Joe, because nobody could remember Lawton.
Now, say around 1939, where were you?
In 1939, I was in Rome.
Okay.
I had my brother and I had started a newspaper in New Jersey, and this is 1936, and we ran that until 1938. And then we decided that we were losing money on it. And we decided that we would, I wanted to go to Paris, and he wanted to, I got a job on the Herald Tribune, and the Paris editor of the Herald Tribune, which was called, in those days, it was called not the Paris edition, it was called the Internet, it was called the Paris edition of the Herald Tribune. Anyway, I was working in New York. And the editor, Eric Hawkins, came over to America, and I asked him for a job, and he said, we've got one of the reporters is going to Spain to join the whatever it was the International Brigade, or maybe the, not Lincoln Brigade, something rather like that, And he said, if he goes, then there'll be an opening. But I can't assure you. So if you're going over, look me up in Rue de Berry, I think it was, just off the Champs-Élysées. And we'll give you a try, which is what I did. And anyway, I got a freighter across, and I tried to work my way across. But although I had been able seaman, but they weren't taking anybody at that time. So I paid I think it cost $80 to go by freighter, and very well taken care of, very good food. And I made some good friends on that trip. One of them was a composer who's now an American and is quite well known. Is sort of terrible modern music, clashing and banging and stuff like that.
What's his name?
His name is Franco, Johann Franco. He was Dutch, and I've run into people who say, "Hey, really, Johann Franco?" But so I got to Paris, and I got this job, and Jim Lardner, who was the guy just before me, had just left. Or did he leave? Yeah, he had just left. He was the son, one of the sons, of Ring Lardner, who was, a writer, a very good writer, and in New York. And so Jim went down and was killed very shortly after that, outside of Madrid. I stayed on, and then they weren't doing too well.
What kind of reporting were you doing?
What sort of? I was working for a very interesting guy whose name was Sparrow Robertson. And he was one of the original Lost Generation. He was a sports writer, and I was working for him in the paper, on the paper. And he was about that big, but just general reporting. If there was a I don't know, something like a ballet dancer or a fighter who had came in town. I can't remember who they were now. I used to keep clippings of stories, but I lost a lot of them during the war.
What was the feel of Paris then?
Oh, it
particularly
was wonderful, wonderful.
Well,
very, very, very few tourists. Practically no tourists at all. And this was before the war. This was in 37. Actually, you asked me about 39. And in 39, by that time, I had been offered I'd gone down to Italy to see my sister, who was married and living on a farm in glory, you know, and having servants all over the place who, as far as I could see, didn't do much, but and having parties and house parties and a lot of interesting people down there, you know.
Was there concern about
About
Germany
the
at that time?
fascism?
Fascism?
Yes, and there were some of your friends, Italians, but I spoke Italian already because I had been to school in Italy and we had lived there. We had a house in Italy, in Rome. But some of your friends, especially in places like Calabria, like Catanzaro, which was the sort of main area, there were among your friends there were people who were in confine, and that meant that they had to report. They were completely free. They were given housing. They were given a daily stipend, but they had to report once a day. They had to go to the Questura, which was the mayor of the town. They had to go to the Questura and report, and then they were free to do whatever they wanted to do.
Now,
they were political prisoners. They had either newspapermen who had written against Mussolini, or in one way or another, teachers who were not towing the line of fascism, and but they weren't in prison or anything like that. There were no concentration camps. There were no. There had been one bad scandal of one of the members of the House of Deputies that it was a little bit like the Becket and King Henry? No. One of the Henrys, wasn't it? Henry II, I believe. Yeah. And that Mussolini had sort of supposedly said, who will get rid of this? I wish somebody would get rid of him, or something like that. And they murdered him. He was murdered. His name was...
Matteotti.
Huh?
Wasn't it Matteotti?
Matteotti, yeah, Matteotti, yeah. And but otherwise, fascism had its world. My brother-in-law, Marincola, the Baron, was a member of the party. Everybody was a member of the party. You know, you didn't work then. That meant a little thing like this, but you know, button in. But otherwise, you used them as a newspaperman, I was offered a job in the United Press, and while I was down there, which I took. But that, yeah, and so I stayed on until we got in the war.
So you're working for the United Press in Italy?
In Italy, yeah, in
Doing
Rome.
what type of reporting?
Reporting everything. The UP was just covered. Our main clients, well, we had clients all over America, but our real main clients, the ones who just could never get enough, were the South American countries. Brazil, Argentina, Peru, all of them had took our service, and they liked it because we gave a lot of Latin, we covered their embassies, and the AP was a more substantial, and I guess they had a bigger staff, international staff than UP. It wasn't called UPI, now it's UPI, United Press International, if it still exists, which I'm afraid it doesn't. And I had a boss who was a sort of original lost generation, although again, he had been in Paris a long time, and had covered everything. He'd covered the Ethiopian War, which my brother went over and covered for the Brooklyn Daily Eagle. Have you ever heard of the Brooklyn Daily Eagle?
Yes.
It was at one time it was a very outstanding paper, edited by Whitman. Whitman's first name is on the wrong side of my brain. Walt Whitman was editor of the Brooklyn Daily Eagle. And stayed on there covering when the war started. The first thing that by that time my brother, who was much more interesting, he should be here instead of me, but he had gone to Washington, gotten on the Post, and then decided that he wanted to go back to China, because we had a friend out there who had a newspaper, J.B. Powell, who I guess wrote to him and said, if you come out here, I'll have a job for you. And he went out there and became city editor of Powell's newspaper. Powell had a hell of a time with the Japanese. Had been, now that's jumping ahead, because that was when after Pearl Harbor he had a hell of a time. He was put in prison and had to have, I think, both of his feet, just the feet amputated because they got in gangrene or something like that.
Now, you're in Rome.
I'm in Rome.
You're covering, you're reporting for the UP.
Yeah. With a boss by the name of Reynolds Packard, who was an absolute tyrant. But a great friend. We got along very well together.
What was what was living in Rome at that point?
Well, it was interesting because you were surrounded by newspapermen from all over Europe, from Germany, from Poland, from Yugoslavia, from even Russians, although the Russians, the Russians not then, because the Russians had broken diplomatic relations with the Italians. At least from the time that the Italians got into the war, because they didn't get into the war immediately, and but it was interesting.
What did you think of Mussolini?
As a kid, I was sort of carried away by Mussolini in a sense that sort of this guy on a horse, he was always around on a horse somehow or other. The only time I ever was sort of in on an interview with him, which was not an interview at all. He came out, and we were invited to all of the newspapermen of Rome, and just the Americans, because the English had already gone. This was after they got in the war. And he had interviewed us because, he had given us an interview because there'd been a story that he was not well and that he was, needing the doctor's help and so on. Doctors treating him for something or other that they hinted might be cancer or something like that. And he invited us to this big villa on Via Torlonia. I think it was called Palazzo Torlonia. But anyway, that's where he lived. And we all had to go out there and wait around, and he came out and had a game of tennis with somebody else, and he seemed to be pretty good at tennis. And then he went away again, didn't say anything, and came out on a horse, a beautiful horse, and did some jumps and stuff like that. And he said in German, he didn't speak English, although he spoke English, but he said, "Do I look ill? Do I look, and so on and so forth," in German. Bin ich, whatever. I never spoke German, but you'd see him occasionally, when Hitler came down for the signing of the tripartite treaty and that sort of thing. You'd see them all, him and Mussolini. And
did you cover that?
No, I didn't. That was before I got onto the United Press, and I didn't cover that. No.
Did you get a sense that Europe was moving towards a major war?
A war? Oh, you knew the war. Well, the war had started.
Okay.
The war had started when I was with the United Press, I was there when it started. When the Germans invaded Poland, and the declaration of war of the British, that they were at war, and the French, and
Now, how was your sister and her husband faring?
Well, he was all for it, and she wasn't, but he was. And one time she was going to go home, but then at a certain point you couldn't go home, back to America, because of the U-boats, and there was no such thing as Air Force, commercial air. And that started during the war. Early in the war, there were those big flying boats going to mainly, I think, as far as Europe is concerned, to Portugal, and carrying probably diplomats and maybe very rich businessmen or something like that.
So you were working for UP for how long in Italy?
I think about 3 years.
Ending about when?
Big one?
Ending when?
Ending when we got 6 months after we got in the war.
Okay, so we're into 1942, early 42.
Early 42, I was, the diplomats and newspapermen were repatriated. And it was an exchange, and the same ship that brought the Axis diplomats and newspapermen. In the meantime, they had thrown us in prison.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I am a almost a certified citizen of Rome, because the legend, the story is that there are two ways to become a Roman. The one is to be born in Rome, and the other one is there are 3 steps somewhere in Rome where that if you take those 3 steps, you are automatically a Roman citizen. And this is, tongue-in-cheek. The 3 steps are the 3 steps that go into the Regina Coeli. The Regina Coeli is the name for the main penitentiary in Rome, which Queen of the Sky means, Regina Coeli. And we were thrown right into jail. We're in bars, because the rumor had come back that the Americans had put all of the foreign, the Axis newspapermen in jail. And so it was a reciprocal thing according to the Italians, and they threw us in jail.
Just a second, please. We need to change tapes.
His son, one of her sons, she had 2 sons. One of them was in the Air Force. Well, he was later on, because he was rather small. But, and the oldest one was a racing driver. And there were 2 men on the teams.
What was his name?
Huh?
What was his name?
His name was Peter. I'll give you a few of the names. Everybody in the family had to have their names on the new young baron when he was born. Evelino, Pietro, Maricola. The others were Eugenio from my father, and he had another name. I don't think he even remembered all his names.
What was the last name again?
Marincola.
How do you spell it?
Marincola.
But when was Petey a racing driver? When did he do this?
This was, I think, just about the time of I think during the war. No, maybe they didn't. I don't know. I think it was maybe a little bit later. Yes, because he was at the time of the war. During the war, he was in school. So this would have been about when I went back. I went back during the war. He was racing in Calabria, and that race went all over the country. Big loop.
The Mille Miglia was they postponed it during the war.
They postponed it during the war, so it would have been just after the war. Yeah.
Now, when you were in Rome, was there a press conference with Joseph Goebbels that you attended?
There was supposed to have been one with Goebbels, and I very nearly got myself into a lot of trouble. This is when I was working as a newspaperman, and why Goebbels was coming down, I don't remember. I guess he was occasionally, between Italy and Germany, there was a lot of contact. And this was just after the fall of France. And it suddenly occurred to me, out of the blue, that if Hitler had withdrawn, instead of insisting on the armistice being signed and France divided up into 2 sections, one section that would be unoccupied France, and the government would have to move out of Paris because the Germans were going to stay in Paris. And it suddenly occurred to me, you know, this is the end of the war. If Hitler comes out and withdraws from France completely, withdraws completely from France, says we have no, and before they'd started the blitzkrieg of England, we have no, as we have always said, we have no demands on France or England, and that the war is over, that it would have put England in the position, and I've had a lot of people discuss this with me, but I've asked a lot of high-ranking military people in the British Army, and that would have been the end of the war. Churchill, no matter how much he could talk, he could not sell the British on having another expeditionary force into France. It would have been impossible. And but it had to be, in my opinion, it had to be something that the Germans had to do in this case, to just step away. And the French hated the English at that particular moment. They hated the English more than anything else. I mean, they really were livid about the English. They thought the English had turned and abandoned them. One French diplomat, I can't remember who it was, or may have been a newspaper man just before he left, because they had, this was when right at the collapsing point, they were very strange. They allowed newspapermen to go wherever they wanted to go. They didn't as far as, you know, the English and the French. And a friend of ours went up to Switzerland because he said that's going to only last one day. I think they only had one day to get out. And so this idea of mine was that when Goebbels was going to be give an interview, because Hitler never gave an interview that I know of. Well, you know, going way back, I guess he interviewed people when he was just beginning. But at any rate, during the war, he never gave an interview. Goebbels was going to come to. We had a room probably about half the size of this that the newspaperman would go to for a weekly press conference. That we could talk to. Usually it was Starace, who had been in the Ethiopian War and was the minister of propaganda. But this time he was going to introduce Goebbels. And I said, why don't we, Herbert Matthews was the New York Times correspondent, and he was sort of the dean because he had been there longer than anybody else. And why don't one of us, or just me, I'd be glad to do it if nobody else wants to, but I wouldn't do it unless we all agreed that it'd be an interesting question to ask. Why, to ask Goebbels, has it ever occurred to Hitler to withdraw and leave France in completely the way it is, just withdraw all troops from France? And Herbert Matthews, after that, that sort of ended that conversation. Everybody got into the conversation, you know. And on the way out, Herbert said, Palm, come on upstairs with me. I want to talk to you a bit. And when we got up into his office, because we were all in the same, there was press office were all the same, the United Press, except the Associated Press. They had their own office, but otherwise we all had offices there. The Japanese had offices. Everybody had offices. Of course, this was long before the Japanese got into the war. And he said, you know, it would be a very bad idea. And I said, why? Do you agree that it would be at the end of the war? He said, it would probably be the end of this phase of the war. I think that there's no doubt about that. But unfortunately, this war is going to go on until the bitter end. And he was very persuasive, and anyway, I knew that, you know, for a young reporter, I was in my early 20s then, and the youngest in Rome, and that I certainly wasn't going to. This was a political thing, you know. It was an interesting thing, but it was a political thing.
Did you cover the death of King Alfonso XIII in Spain?
Yeah, I did.
What was that like?
Oh, that was the Death Watch. Yeah. Well, it was his room. Had lived for years. This is Alfonso XIII. Yeah. He had. I knew him very slightly, but it didn't make any difference because he was in a coma, I think, and he had a suite. Not in the main part of the hotel, which was old-fashioned hotel with doors mainly. And I guess there were other suites, but not like his. His was sort of halfway up a mezzanine, and it was quite a big outfit that he had there. And his sons and daughters and everybody like that were there, and the Torloñas or whoever the royal family, the princes of Rome who were married into the family. And you just went there and spent all day there waiting for this guy to die. And I knew his doctor very well, because he is sort of one of the, now what was his name? Well, I can't think of it now, but maybe I will. But at a certain point, he came out, and he said, "It's going to be a very short time. You want to come in?" So he had occasionally let me come into the room, and there were these ghost-like figures of the members of the family, you know, and he what was his name? Dr. Colazza, I think. You don't remember that name? No. I'm sure it was. At any rate, when you say I'm sure it was, that means I'm not sure at all. And at a certain point, he said he's gone. And he said, if you want to get out of this room, you better get out right now. And so I had a telephone open to the office. And in a way, it doesn't seem to be important, but it was, a death watch is a very important thing, because, and especially Alfonso, who's so well known in all of the South American countries. And they had been having, what do the Catholics have when they masses for him? And at the Vatican, they'd had masses for him and so on.
So you got the scoop on this?
Yeah, I never thought of it as a scoop. I don't think it wasn't I don't know whether I got a byline. I never saw I knew that I got a lot of bylines because people would write me and say, we saw your name on such and such a story, and so on and so forth. And of course the UP, was kind of scattered around as to where your stories got and didn't get. But yeah, it was I think something like a 20-minute scoop, something like that, which was in international things considered good enough to put on the back wire, you know, from the office in New York.
What was your relationship with some of the Axis journalists?
Some of the Axis journalists, it was all right. It was okay. They were, you know, they didn't speak any English, and I didn't speak any German, so we got along in Italian, which was like some sort of a comedy. But we got some interesting news from them. You know, when the Germans went into Yugoslavia, we got some background news. There was no sort of. I wasn't. I wasn't. I hope you didn't get the impression that I was the only person there. We had probably the largest staff. The New York Times had only 2 people there in their staff. They had Camille Chanfara, who was later killed on the Andrea Doria, and Herbert Matthews. They were the only 2, but they were. Chanfara knew everything that went on in the Vatican. And the Vatican was a big news source, you know. And we had Italians who would give us this information. We had a big staff. We had a bigger staff than anyone else, any other American outfit. And
Now you were detained for how long?
6 months. We were in prison, actually in prison, for a relatively short time. It was a lark, and it was sort of, in a way, a lot of fun, because although it was wintertime, this is almost Christmas, and cold, that whole prison had no heating system at all in it, and they didn't even have any glass in the windows. They had steel shutters, so you couldn't see. You could look down like that, but standing on a bunk or something. The bunks, the beds were supposed to be folded up, blankets all folded, and you weren't allowed to lie down on the bed in the bunks. There were 3 bunks to a room, and the cells were about this big from here across, like that, and a door, and the door had a little trap door that you could pull a cord, and that would ring a bell and flap down something or other outside. You couldn't look outside, but then it flapped down something or other. And then a guard would come along, and he would open it up and to see what it was, what the problem was. And Pack and I were both good chess players, very, very enthusiastic chess players. And but they weren't. So I rang the bell, and the guy came in. And I said, "Would you bring us a chess set?" He said, "A chess set." You know, the idea of skaki. You're here in prison. You're not to play games. Clam, close the door again. So I said, "That's it. What the hell attitude is that? You know, I mean, what? There's a table here. And what are you supposed to do on the table?" So I said, "You're supposed to write something." So I pulled the ring again. And they came back. Somebody else came back and said, "No, I guess maybe the same one." And he said, "Now what do you want?" And I said, "I want paper and pencil. Ink, paper, and a pen." And he said, "All right." He said, all right. And he closed the door and went away. And then the door opened immediately. I thought, my God, this guy's got ink and paper on a shelf someplace here. And he said, what do you want it for? And I should have said, I was rather dumb. I should have said, I want to write a confession or something like that, And they would have brought it to me. Instead of which I said, I want to make a chess set. And then he closed the door and didn't set the mouse trap again that you would pull the string and it would ring a big bell, So there was nothing you could do. And but it was cold in there. And once a day, you were fed once a day 2 loaves of delicious bread, like that. 2 of them round, lumps of bread, and a bowl of soup, of spaghetti and vegetables and I suppose meat it was really good. It was really good, but you ate it all. And there was Packard and myself and another character who had no business being there at all. We figured out that he was a bank robber, a bad bank robber. Because he had been down. I got into prison a day after everybody else because I wasn't they had gone around from the Questura, which is the central police station, and they had gone around to my digs, and I had been out with a girlfriend, and they hadn't gotten in. And when I did leave, I didn't even know that anybody was being arrested, And when I did, I went to my sister's house, and then the next morning, the Italians this was at night, when the night of Pearl Harbor, of after Pearl Harbor. And the Italians weren't too concerned about anything, like that. We'll arrest them tomorrow. And so my sister had come up from Calabria, and I think somebody flew her up. A friend of hers who was a pilot, an Italian pilot, flew her up. And although I'm not sure how she got up, maybe by train. But she found me at her house in Rome. They had a house in Rome. And she said, why weren't you arrested? And I said, why should I be arrested? And she said, all Herbert Matthews, everybody's in jail. And I said, well, they're in jail. I'm not. I was wandering around yesterday. And she said, I'll bet I know with whom. I said, look, I was just wandering around. We're going to leave undoubtedly. And at any rate, I then, I guess the police came to her house because the Questura has everything down. They know everything about everybody. And they'd come to her house, and they said, we've got to go, And then the irony of it was they wanted to take a streetcar to the prison. And I said, what if I haven't any money for a streetcar? And they said, well, do you have any money? And I said, yeah, I've got some money. But in that case, we'll take a taxi. And they made me pay for the taxi. And that's when I walked up the 3 steps. And when I got inside, I was checked in. Packard had spent, according to his story, had spent the night in a bathroom, in a toilet, because they couldn't, at a certain time in the night, clocks closed this was an old-fashioned type of prison. I mean, it was made like a star, and bars all over the place, and certain sections were closed off like a safe in a bank. Maybe we do that. I've never been in the penitentiary in America, so I don't know what they do. But so that kept if there's a riot of some sort, it kept them from everybody getting in on it. And so they left him just in a bathroom, locked him into a toilet. And he said that it had an automatic flushing machine, and he couldn't sleep because it flushed all night long.
When you heard that Pearl Harbor had been attacked, what were your thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you what. One of the true stories of the war was that somebody was by a teletype machine. I know who it was, but I'm not going to tell you. By a teletype machine, and he called to someone in the next room and said, Where's Pearl Harbor? Because he had seen that it had been bombed. And he didn't know that it was an American base, you know. And it just came Pearl Harbor bombed and so on and so on and so forth. So, you know, if you didn't know where it was, you'd say, where the hell is Pearl Harbor? And the guy in the next room said, I don't know, I never met her. Now that is a true story. Now whether it's finally gotten throughout the whole world.
Is this a well-known journalist?
Huh?
Was this a well-known journalist?
I can't say. At any rate, it was a guy who didn't know much about the world, of that particular part of the world.
Most of the people we've interviewed, veterans, that was the first thing that they thought, where's Pearl Harbor?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That was not unusual.
Well, probably there were questions asked like that all over America, so, yeah.
So what did you think when you heard
That Pearl Harbor had been bombed and that we were in the war with Japan? Well, I'll tell you what I really felt more than anything else was I immediately thought about my brother, who was out there. He in the meantime had been in China for 5 years, something like that. And by a whim, he had joined. First of all, when the war first started, when the war first started, I went to the British consulate, which was on Piazza di Spagna, right in the center of Rome, not the embassy, the consulate, and he went to the British consulate in Shanghai, and both of us tried to get into the British Army, because America wasn't in the war. And we exchanged letters. We both had exactly the same experience, that the consul was a stuffed shirt and said, first of all, the consul was very accogliente, very willing to, sort of said, that's a great idea, and wanted to send me back and advised him to go back to London, get on a ship and go back to London. There's nothing going to happen right away. And they were right about that, because nothing did happen right away. And then they said, but you're not British, are you? And they, British could be anything, South African or Australian or whatever. So there's no reason why they should have known right away. And I said, no, I'm American. That's what Eugene said, my brother said. And they just said, well, in a rather haughty way, oh, this is something that we can take care of ourselves. And it really, it's very nice, but this won't be very long. And you'd think that after seeing what they had done to Poland, that because they didn't get into the war before, and Poland had collapsed when England and France got into the war, as far as anything more than just a few troops, token force, you know. But at any rate, he got into the what they were recruiting for was the Indian Army, the British Indian Army, and he went out there and was commissioned in the British Indian Army. He came out of it a captain, I think, and was sent down to Malaya. And he was hoping that he would have been sent to the desert, and where they should have sent him with the Indian contingent to the North African desert. But they didn't, because he spoke Italian perfectly.
Now, you were in prison for a short period of time.
In that prison, I think maybe about a week.
And
Yeah.
then at that point you were exchanged.
Oh, then we were sent to Siena to this type of internship. We were put in a hotel, the best hotel in town. And each of us had a room and bath, and we had one club room. There was a nice big club room with tables and you know, and we ate down in the dining room, and the very good food, even though it was, you know, the bread was rationed, but that was all over Italy. Bread was rationed. If you went out to somebody's house, you took your loaf of bread with you. I mean, your piece of bread with you, or you didn't eat bread. And the same thing with if you went to a restaurant, you had to. I can't remember whether you actually took your bread. I think you took your little coupon of ration coupon.
Now, was the UP concerned about getting you out of Italy?
To a certain extent, but it was in the hands of the State Department. And the State Department, at first, when we had somebody come up from the embassy to interview us. Of course, we knew them all. And they came up with the jokes of, you know, the difference between the diplomats and newspapermen. And you know, said no. Well, the diplomats get out. And so.
When were you exchanged?
Well, they had to wait for for the submarines. That was the main thing, because they had the Germans and in other words, the Axis and the American diplomats got together and chartered two ships, the Drottningholm and the Gripsholm. Ours, the Atlantic, was the Drottningholm, and the Gripsholm was Japanese and that part. And the Japanese allowed the newspapermen to get out, strangely enough, after having, you know, once it was established that that's the way they were going to get their people back, and a lot of their people were all a bunch of spies, you know. And
were you accused of being a spy at that point?
Fortunately, I avoided that, because I was I could have been in a lot of trouble, because I had been at a cocktail party, and this guy came up, a guy whose father had been, he claimed that his father had been killed. And his name was Quilici, Vanni Quilici. And his father was, I think, either Dino or Gino. I'm not sure, but the name was Quilici. And he had been with Balbo on a plane, a bomber, that was shot down over Tobruk when, I think when the Italians were still, I'm not sure how, but at any rate, that his son, Vanni, claimed that they had shot down, they had intentionally shot down Balbo's plane with everybody on it. Everybody was killed because Balbo was pro, and there's no doubt that Balbo was very, very anti-Mussolini. There's no question about that. But whether he was to the extent of being an agent for the British is something else again. And Vanni Quilici said, we've got a group and we're going to assassinate Mussolini in September. And he said, we want to get in touch with the British for them to send someone out here to work with us. At any rate, I said, look, I can't get in touch with the British, for God's sake. I have no contact. You know, I was in Rome. This was before all of this other thing happened. So he said, well, there must be some way of getting in touch with the British. And I said, yes, there is, but, you know, it's very tricky in that he said, what is it? And I said, well, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I will see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. So, but as far as you're concerned, I've said no. And then he told me where to meet him, and he would introduce me to the other people, which I did. I went down, and because he also said, I'm not sure that they're going to agree with this, and I went with him down to an apartment, and to my amazement, here in this apartment were a lot of guys cleaning guns and field stripping. And to have a gun, these were all military weapons. To have a gun in Italy during the war was you know, it was practically suicide. We had met at a cocktail party given by a friend of mine who was a pilot in the Italian Air Force, and who openly, and there were Germans at this cocktail party, and it was absolutely, and at one point, when he saw that Vanni had come up and was talking to me, he said, don't listen to a word he says, he'll get you killed. This is what this guy says in a loud voice in Italian. Fortunately, the Germans didn't understand any Italian, but you couldn't depend on it, you know. At any rate, so in this apartment, and it was typical underground thing. There were girls there, and you knew that they were nobody would keep their mouths shut, you know. But they could have gotten themselves killed. Actually, they did. They did. In September, by that time I was in America, and I heard that they had had an attempt on Mussolini. Mussolini had been liberated, and all of that had happened, and he was up in whatever they called the Republic, the Salo Republic. Funny, these words come back to me, I could have forgotten them. The Salo Republic, and that's where Mussolini was and where they wanted to kill him. And they hashed it, and they were all killed. Vanni, I guess his brother managed to get away.
Let's just stop for just a second. We've got to change tapes again.
Oh,
killed?
Well, I don't know which ones went. I don't know which ones went. I think that they cut it down to a manageable, you know.
You didn't get into any trouble for this meeting?
No, I went to the embassy. I saw the assistant attaché, whose name was Russo. I think it was Mike Russo. He was a naval officer in the American Army, in the American Navy. It might have been Russillo, but I don't think so. Because I had, when I was in the Army, there were all sorts of Russos and Russillos and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure this was Mike Russo. And he said there was a military attaché, but he said that he discussed it with them, and he said no, that he was the one that would make the contact. That the military attaché, for some reason or other, would not make the contact, which he did. But so he had to meet these people. You see, up to this time he hadn't met them, and I had to be the accomplice because they didn't know. They wouldn't have known whether he was legitimate or not, and they were on very dangerous position. These young Italians.
Weren't you in a fairly dangerous position?
Well, I never sort of felt it. No. It was rather exciting, you know. It was rather fun. At any rate, that was sort of the end. He told me later. We went back on the ship together on the Drottningholm, and he told me that. He said they were a great bunch, but he said they're going to get themselves in trouble. And we later heard that they did. But I'd gotten some interesting information from one, and I gave that to them. And that was that I think on Rommel's last attempt last offensive, that was, and when I got out, when I got to Lisbon, I sent that story out and got a byline on it, and
Now, when you were finally exchanged, you went where?
to Siena.
To Siena, okay.
Yeah.
From Siena, you went.
Oh, from Siena, at a certain point, months later, one time I wanted to get up to Switzerland, and I started walking, and I walked about 20 miles. The only direction I knew would be to get to the railroads. Siena is on a little spur line from the main Rome-Milan line that went on up into Switzerland. And so I decided I had to get you had to go to Chiusi, a little town called Chiusi. That's where the spur line went off to Siena. And it must have gone beyond Siena, but I don't know where. Then probably Piombino or someplace on the coast. And a train stopped going back to Siena, and somebody leaned out of the window and said, "Hey, Pom, what are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm just taking a walk." And they said, "Well, come on in and we'll talk about it." I said, "Look, and my sister was on that same train. She had come up to visit us, which she did every now and then. This is the Italian sister now. And they inveigled me to get on. They said, you're not going to get to any place, you know." I said, "I'm going to Switzerland." And they said, "You're not going to get any place." You're going to be arrested in Chiusi, and they'll take you down and put you back in the Regina Coeli. So at any rate, I went back to Siena. And they had brought up news that the things were moving. And the reason why we hadn't gotten on sooner, we could have, the Drottningholm would have gone under any circumstances, but everybody didn't want this thing hashed, and even the Germans didn't want it hashed. It was going to go across with all lights on, and with, I think, the name Drottningholm in brightly lit up on both sides of the ship. And they had to notify every single submarine, every U-boat, and get a confirmation. It was easy enough to notify them because they had radio contact in one direction, but only in one direction. And to get confirmation, when they came in for repairs, for supplies, for anything like that, then they could give the U-boat such and such had received the orders, and then the Atlantic Ocean was just a pond. Whether they saw us, whether any of them saw us, had been interesting to have known afterwards. They must have, if they'd gone anywhere near, they would have seen us. They could have seen us from 20 miles away, and we had a very nice trip across. That was about April or May. We were sent down to Rome. We were put up in the Grand Hotel. That's where Alfonso XIII died. And for a few days, that's all. We could see old friends. We could wander around town. They didn't mind, And then we were put on a special train. There was supposed to be a sealed train that you were never supposed to get off until you got to Lisbon. And actually, when we'd go into, I remember going to Marseille and running out to get some newspapers to see what the hell the French were writing about, and I bought a whole bunch of newspapers back. And very nearly didn't get on the train. The bloody train was moving when I got back. And so I could have stayed in this would be unoccupied France. And because Marseille, I think Marseille was, or Toulon, one of the two was, Toulon had been absolutely devastated by the British and the French when toward the end of the war, the Germans unoccupied France, and then they scuttled everything, or at some point they scuttled everything.
So you get to Lisbon.
Went through Spain, which was really tragic. The people, children, begging for bread, not for money or anything like that. On every time you stopped at a station for any reason at all, they were sticks. They were so thin, And then we got to Lisbon, and the world was brightly lit. And the shops had everything in them. And the ship had come in, and I went down to the ship to see some people that I knew who were coming in. And he said, "What are you doing here?" And I told him. I can't remember who he was now. But I wanted him to take a suitcase of food to Joe and people. They didn't have anything. They didn't have any coffee. They didn't have any soap. They didn't have all sorts of things that vanished in Rome early in the day. And I said I wanted him to carry this suitcase, and he said, Rome's got everything. I said, don't kid yourself, there's nothing in Rome. You better get a suitcase and load it up, because it's an opportunity, you know? And he said, no, that's propaganda. And I said, come on, it's not propaganda. I wouldn't bullshit you. I mean, this is the fact. Get everything you can. If you can take a trunk full, take a trunk full. And I sort of half convinced him, but I never knew afterwards. And Josephine said it was heaven. You know, he brought the suitcase to her. And she said everything, everything tasted of the coffee and the tea and the sugar, and everything tasted of perfumery. I said, what do you mean tasted of perfumery? Well, we said we wanted soap, and you put in a lot of soap, and it was the most perfumed soap you imagine, but we loved it. The coffee was fine. Everything was fine. If you had given us more, it would have been just as good. It would have been even better. So, but that I've often thought that at that point, I shouldn't have gone back to America.
Why is that?
Because I knew that my brother was a prisoner and of the Japanese. And the stories that came out from Italians of what the Japanese were doing was such that egotistically, I thought, I can get him out of that bloody, one of those. We knew that there were concentration camps and that they were working. We didn't know about the railroad, but he was not the type who would take that type of prison life, you know. And he was one of the very few. There's some Australians tried to escape. They were recaptured and they were killed. And he should never have done what he did, which was to take another person with him. And this other person was you know, younger and wasn't as tough as he was. And you can't divide food up. When you're on a thing like that, you know, he had something. He had picked a route that I would never have taken. I would have worked along if I'd gotten in, and I could have gotten in, because strangely enough, although there was the Kachins were, you know, there were tribes that would get you wherever you wanted to go in Burma. And this was between Thailand and Burma. And we had friends, business acquaintances of my father's who were who were Thais. And at any rate, I didn't. I just went along and figured it was. I didn't think about it. I didn't have. If I'd had any money with me, I would have. Because the Indian Ocean, there were still ships going along the Indian Ocean, you know. But at any rate, I didn't, and he didn't make it.
So you came back to.
I came back to America, and I worked on the UP for about I don't know, a few months. I wanted to get into the American Army. I was 26 then, and in the Air Force. I wanted to get in the Air Force. That's all I really wanted. I had been in the Air Force before. I joined no, at that time, wait a minute now. Yeah, no, this is when I joined the Air Force. And I couldn't get into the regular Air Force. I wanted to get into combat if I could, but I got into the glider corps. And I had a friend, a great friend, who was the head of the whole goddamn glider corps, a guy by the name of Barringer, Lewin Barringer. He was I think he was a colonel, and he was the one who talked me into it. He said, it is great. Your training is going to be fabulous. You're going to have regular Army training, so that if you ever get out of it, you can go right into, if for any reason anything happens that you want to get out of it, I'll see that you get out. But in the meantime, you can get your training. And if you don't get your training, if you get your training, you can, the world is yours. You'll have a good training. And you'll end up in 29 Palms, or someplace like that, in California, where you'll be flying sailplanes, you know? He said, I've seen to it that that's going to be on the agenda, because that's, gliders are no fun at all. I mean, they tow you up, and then you have to come down. But sailplanes are the greatest thing. And he had done over 100 miles, which is a century, the thing that sailplanes you want to get into. I mean, you want to accomplish a ridge soaring back and forth or whatever. And
so you joined the Air Force?
I joined the Air Force, I think, in the summer. Yeah, in the summer of 42, and went to Martinsburg, West Virginia, where we Winchester, the airport. Every day we got in a little old school bus, the group of us, and went to Winchester, Virginia, where we did our basic flying, in Cubs. A lot of fun, absolutely terrific. And then we were sent out to Roswell, New Mexico. Strange place to be sent. And that was getting cold. It was getting, I don't know, when it was, I was in Washington in September because I heard about this abortive attack on Mussolini. And at any rate, Roswell, New Mexico was the coldest place I'd ever been. And from there we went to Albuquerque, which was fine. And then we were suddenly, we were about to be sent to California, all ready to be sent for advanced training on I don't know what, but a much better plane than the Cubs. And when they called us into a big auditorium, they were all over America. They were being, told this thing, and that was that there'd been a accident in the Caribbean, and all of the top people of the American glider corps had been killed. The ones who were interested, including Lewin Barringer, and they were disbanding. 60,000 glider pilots were being disbanded. Now that may be wrong, but that's as I remember. The trainees and the ones who had gone all the way through would be used, would remain in the glider corps, but that not us. And we couldn't get into anything else. And flying, I thought, well, at least we'd be able to get back into the Cubs in Latham, which was at least you're flying, you know. So you also had a choice of honorable discharge. Well, you're completely out. You're free. You got a beautiful certificate that you had served your country and so on and so forth. And I got a hop from there with another friend of mine who was doing the same thing. We had heard that you could get into the Canadian Air Force. The age didn't matter, and later I found that who would have been my brother-in-law went over there and got training in. This is Peter, Miggs's brother.
Oh, right.
And he was killed. The British never seemed to me. They so pig-headed. They stuck to these two planes that they had: the Wellington and the
Latham.
what?
The Lancaster.
Lancaster.
Yeah.
Great big floppy thing that couldn't outfly a dodo, you know? Well, anybody can outfly a dodo. They couldn't. At any rate. So I decided to go to Canada. And I got a friend of mine who was, this was Per Burke Hendrickson, and Bunny were up in Canada because he was a Norwegian or something like that, and he wanted to get, I guess he went up there and got into the Canadian Army and went over to England from there. But at the time, they were living up in Canada, whether they were getting a citizenship or what, I don't know what they were doing, but they said they'd put me up, and they would say that I was a Canadian. And I went to the Canadian military attaché, and he told me exactly what to say, and just where I had come from, and so on and so forth, and who to see, and it would be fine. And I thought, this is great, you know. This other friend of mine, we were all ready to go, and coming back from Rome, I had brought a batch of letters to somebody or other's brother-in-law or something like that. And he had been trying to get in touch with me. He finally got in touch with me after I came back from New Mexico. And he said, you must come out to lunch with me at the club in Washington. There are 3 clubs in Washington: Booze, Brains, Blood. You might know my father was in the blood one because he was not a doctor as he should have been, but you know, social. That was the Metropolitan Club. The other 2, the Brains was in Washington was the Cosmos Club, which I would have loved to have been a member of, and the Booze was the Army and Navy. But anyway, so at the Metropolitan Club, and this was a colonel who had just come back from Casablanca and had made the necessary contacts with the French of North Africa to be able to get into, not the European theater, because they couldn't get into the European theater. It was, you know, a small group to do liaison work. And he was the one who was an OSS member. And he said, this is going to be the greatest thing in your life. I mean, Canada, you don't want to go up there. They won't, it'll take them so long to train you, the war will be over. Now, he didn't tell me OSS, he just said, I've got an organization that you will really like. And so, that was in the bar. We went into the dining room and there was another guy there. And this other guy wanted to know, I think everybody else vanished, and I was with this guy alone. This guy was the head of OSS Italian SI, which I would rather have gotten into something else, because this turned out to be the mafia. They literally had recruited the mafia from Sicily. Well, they got the American mafia to go into Sicily to set up their outfit there, you know. But as I spoke French and Italian, I was sort of in a little bit slightly different. Although there were more people from in the Italian, Italo-American, than there were anybody else in the OSS. And we were trained in a place called the Farm in Baltimore, and you talk about ridiculous ways but I guess they were necessary. We had to go individually to a railroad station in Baltimore. I don't think it was the main railroad. I don't think it was the main railroad station in Baltimore, but I don't think I would have recognized that either. And there we met a character who was in a checkered sports jacket, and had carried these and had a thing of races that were being, you know, and this guy it was all coded, you know, of what he would say and what I would say, and somehow or other I got mixed up either I got mixed up or he got mixed up in the train that I was supposed to take, and I got a train that was going to go to a station called Corvo, and there was no such station called Corvo. There had never been, but there was now, you know, and you could see the paint was new. And I got off this station, and there was nobody there to meet me. And so I went, there was a light on in a window of a house there, and I went and I said, I knocked on the door, and I said, because this was an alternative thing. If nobody was there to meet you, what you did, you went to you'd see a light, you go to the light, you knock on the door, and you say, Corvo sent me, which seemed ridiculous because the station was called Corvo. And the guy inside there would say, you know, just wait outside for a while. I've got to make a phone call. And pretty soon a big black limousine drew up, and someone inside all died. I mean, it was really, I don't think that Ian Fleming ever wrote anything as ridiculous as this, but it worked. And pretty soon I was at a farm, and this farm was, nobody knew where it was. No one knew where the devil it was. I mean, I've asked a lot of people, and they said they went to the farm or they didn't. There were several of these training areas. And the training area was pretty good. We had demolitions, we had a radio, we had just about everything that was necessary. We had to keep notes, we had to have examination at the end, and we had to map read and find our way to certain locations. And
How long did the training go on?
the training, I think it went on about 3 weeks. It was very thorough, very thorough.
About how many people were in the class?
In a class, there weren't very many. I think probably about 6 or 7. And a number of them didn't make it. Some of the guys were never seen again, literally never seen again. You know, they had one guy was Polish, who didn't speak English. So how the hell, what he was exposed to get from the training was never. But I guess he was, maybe he was, although the OSS wasn't supposed to work in America, but maybe they worked in you know, maybe he taught Polish, or maybe, I don't know what. But some people, they were sending people all over. They were sending them into Germany.
Did you know it was the OSS at this point?
Yes. Well, I knew it by the time I got through that it was the OSS. But I'd never heard of the OSS. And had no idea. Maybe it wasn't the OSS when I first saw them, because when I first saw them, we came into the dropping home came into New York City, New York Harbor. And I was interviewed almost immediately by a guy who was from the coordinator of information. And the COI preceded the OSS. And I think when Donovan came in, it became the OSS. I'm not too sure about that. But I think it's more or less like that.
So after your training...
And they did a very, very, very thorough interview. It must be in the file someplace.
So after your training, what was the next destination?
Next destination. Well, after that training, that's when we were indoctrinated back into the Army. We signed a voluntary induction. It was called voluntary induction. And we went to some place, I think maybe it was Fort Dix. I know that I was separated at Fort Dix a couple of years later. But I'm not sure where I went from there. But it wasn't, there wasn't much wasted time. As soon as we got into the Army, we had a PFC who spent his time shouting at us and saying that we would never be any good. And I couldn't blame him. I'd never done any really basic training, you know. I mean, in the Air Force, I wasn't given much. We drilled when we were in Kirtland Field in Albuquerque. We did drills, and I guess we fired guns. Not much. In this training course, we did a lot of. The whole cellar of this house was turned into a sort of a dugout, and where we would wander through this maze of places, and every now and then a German soldier would pop out, and you had to get 2 bullets in him. Not a real soldier, but at any rate, cut out. and you had to get 2 bullets in him in 2 seconds or something like that, which 2 seconds lasts long enough to get when you got a 45 in your hand. But I'll tell you what, I've been deaf ever since. Why they didn't have any kind of earplugs.
Did you ever get to meet Donovan during this?
Huh?
Did you get to meet Donovan during this training?
I met Donovan overseas. I didn't meet him there. I met him after I had done fair amount of behind the lines work.
Now,
But at any rate, they sent us down to Newport News, Virginia, and that's where we got on a ship, and it was terrific. We had a convoy. I wouldn't have missed going across on a convoy for anything in the world. As far as you could see, there were ships. It was really fun, and every now and then, you would see a column of smoke in the distance, or fire if it was a little bit closer, and we were told that they were being torpedoed. Yeah. They weren't fooling. And they'd gotten in the middle of a convoy. Can you imagine that? At any rate, that was for a while. No, I wasn't even in headquarters very much. I guess I was in headquarters a little bit. Yeah, I guess I was in headquarters. And that's where this guy that I had met first at the Metropolitan Club, and he was the head of SI, Italian SI, Special Intelligence, I think that was what it was called. There was SO, Special Operations, and other ones, but I was SI.
the convoy landed where?
What?
The convoy landed where? Where did you end up landing once you...
Casablanca.
Casablanca.
Casablanca,
Okay.
yeah.
And from Casablanca you went to...
We went by train to Algiers. I never always I can't remember whether the town was Algeria or the town was Algiers and the country was Algeria. That's it. Yeah. And there we were turned over to parachute school and what else? And small arms, enemy arms. And enjoyed them both. And then they started peeling us off. And you never knew where, most of the other people who came over with us, I never saw them again. And I was put on a submarine, a French submarine, if you can imagine anything more amazing. And they ate very well. And they left us off at Ile Rousse in Corsica.
Let's hold it at Corsica. We're going to change.
Patty Lee Firmer. Doesn't ring a bell? Yeah, well, he was in the same type of thing, but he was in the British. And they sent him to Crete from Egypt. Probably in a what was the English equivalent of PTs of gunboat? I think gunboats, motor gunboat, MGA, yeah, motor gunboat, MGB, with an assignment which we would have loved, with an assignment to capture the commanding officer. I mean, you talk of a real operation. Patty lives in Greece now, and I had friends who knew him, and we Miggs and my wife and I found a place where a little fishing village, which was absolutely a gem, untouched. This was long after the war. And the kids, Eugene and all of our kids came down there and loved it. Beautiful beaches. And, but not on Crete, it was on the Peloponnesus, one of the fingers of Greece itself. And this is all, at any rate, Patty Lee Firma, they succeeded. They got the general, and took a great operation. And they had to go. They stole his car with him in it, and they had to go through about 4 or 5 checkpoints. And they managed to do it, and they were picked up, and they got the general back to Egypt. And you know what? It was so secret that nobody had thought, what the hell are we going to do then? You know? In other words, these were all brilliant amateurs, civilians, doing a job, but with no military sense enough to say, why are we doing this? Because generals are a dime a dozen. The Germans had a commanding officer in there undoubtedly the next day, flew somebody in to take over, and who had been trained to take over. And but what happened? And this is I used to ask him about various different things, and he would tell, but reluctantly. And I couldn't understand why he didn't talk about it. He was a writer. He writes very good books. And I have several of them, and whenever he comes out with a new book, I always get it. But he never wrote about this operation. And I had to piece it together myself, and he never said a word. And by asking other people about Crete and about this, that, and the other thing, I found that the Germans had located fairly easily the people who had helped him. Obviously, he had to be helped. Right. And they had wiped them all out. And he realized that there's so much jealousy in the military. The military doesn't like the civilians interfering, which is quite normal. And the result is that they don't take it seriously, you know. It would have been, if they had been ready to move with parachutes and so on, they would have gotten Crete back. But if they considered it important enough to get it back, they would have gotten it back. Actually, the Germans, Hitler was never interested in North Africa. And he was, in a way, that was his weak point. Because if he had gotten North Africa completely, and the Suez Canal, it would have, the morale effect would have been terrific. They would never have really gotten into Italy. Well, all of these things were Churchill's weak point. Churchill was Hitler and Churchill could have been twin brothers, you know? They were both gamblers. They were both had ideas that weren't going to work at all, and a few. And if you're a gambler in the war, you're either going to go down to nothing, or you're going to be top man. And the only thing I was about to say about Patty Lee Firma, the reason I led up to it was that Patty told a lot of people, he said, you know, Liv Pomeroy is a great character, but but he talks too damn much. You should just cut this thing off now.
No, this is working to our advantage. So you finally arrived in
Corsica.
Corsica.
And there was anybody else there. Nobody to tell us what to do. I think there were three of us. One guy's name was Chester Macaroni. And he was sort of, we all looked up to Chester because Chester had gotten there ahead of us. And he didn't get there ahead of us, but I mean, he had gotten to Corsica ahead of us because someone had come to, we were camped while we were taking parachute and small arms fires. We were camped in a pine tree about 20 miles outside of Algiers. And one night, a car came up, and an officer, a Marine, got out and said, I think he was captain, and he said, is there someone by the name of Chester Macaroni here? And we were all sleeping in pup tents. And they said, yeah, hey, Chester, someone's got to call on you. And they said, get your stuff and come down. You're going to Algiers for a few days. So Chester went down there. And there was a British officer there, and he was introduced to him. I think he was a colonel or something like that. Maybe not, maybe a captain, major. And he said, come along with me. And that was all. He was never given any briefing or anything of the sort of what he was supposed to do or anything. And Chester went with him. Chester was the kind of guy who never talked. He just wasn't a great talker. He never asked questions or anything. Got on a plane, a British plane, I think a Wellington or something like that kind, because they went out through the bottom. They went out to everybody sitting around as though they were going to have a game of cards or something. That's what Chester said. And one by one, they were tapped on the shoulder, and down they went. He had parachute jumping, but he never had gone through a hole in the floor. But it seemed like a perfectly good way to go, you know. And they got down below. They got into a big field. And they were buried their chutes, all correctly done and lined up. And the commanding officer said, now, he said, you see that villa up there, that house up there? Just go up. First of all, ask them if they explain that we're Americans and that have had trouble with our plane, and we are now going to try and get back down the lines. That we were already had landed at Salerno, and then also asked them if they have any food, any extra food. We'd like some bread and so on and so on and so forth. So Chester marched up to the house, banged on the door. The door was opened. And Chester walked back down. And they said, well, what's the story? Oh, you said, where are we? We want to know where we are. And Chester said, I don't know where we are. I couldn't understand what they're talking about. They're all Italians. And there was silence, and this major said, but your name's your name's Chester Macaroni! He said, I was born in America. I don't know. My grandfather came over. And that's what happened. That's what could happen. And the same thing happened to this guy in Crete. That nobody had planned anything. That was the heart of it was to have an interpreter. And you can't go on the fact that his name is Macaroni. What about Yankee Doodle, for Christ's sake?
Was this typical of OSS operations?
Well, no, I don't think so, because the OSS, they should have damn well not. They should have known who spoke Italian, because there were very few who spoke Italian. A lot of them spoke an Italian that was not understandable. They spoke Sicilian. I can't speak Sicilian. I can't understand what a Sicilian's talking about. I have a hard time understanding Calabresians, what they can talk about. And I used to go down there all the time. And there are a lot of dialects in Italy, and they're quite different. At any rate, that is the sad story of Chester Macaroni. And the guy, he said, this major said to one of his other men, he said, take him out and shoot him, to Chester Macaroni. Take him out and shoot him. We can't be wasting food on him. And they said, no, come on now, look. And Chester was enormous. He said, I thought, well, maybe I better kill him. Chester told us later, he said, after all, I'm not sent here to be shot without a trial. At any rate, he said, they loaded me down with everything they had to carry. And they had a hell of a lot of heavy stuff. And I could believe it. I was on a trip with him. We had to carry boxes of sea rations up a mountain like that. And Chester would just walk on ahead, you know.
So you're in Corsica. What was your first assignment?
Nothing. Find a place to live and settle down. We had a radio operator, so we were getting things from the headquarters. And there was a fight going on at this time between the Italians and the Germans, because the Germans were sort of fed up with the idea of the Italians. The surrender had just taken place, and so I figured the best. I said, where by this. There were no, I guess maybe the Germans were just pulling out, or had just pulled out. There were dead people around, you know, soldiers, and they were already beginning to smell. So, and the Italians, when we went in, no, after that, there was an Italian command. And we were told to stay away from the Italian command because we weren't sure whether they were Badoglio, whether they were for Badoglio or whether they were operating with the Germans. And so we stayed away from them. We stayed on the outskirts of town. And I thought that, you know, the idea was to find out what the main Germans were, and we found out from the locals that the main Germans, nearest ones were, I think Capraia they had a garrison, and Elba was where anything that was being done in Elba. So I thought, well, we got to get across to Elba. So I went down, I borrowed a car, funny little French car. All the things were French. And this was about as long as from here to there. I took one guy with me, Zampagni? Sounds like Zampagni. Mario, there were two brothers who were in the OSS, Mario and I think Paolo Zampagni. I took him with me, and we drove down to the toe of Italy, to the toe of Corsica, to where there was a port, a fishing port. And I figured, well, I can get a boat from there, and we can get across to Elba. And I saw the chief of Corsica was ideal because Corsica spoke French and Italian. The chief of that's sort of the harbor master. He was an official. And he had been in the underground. Corsica had a good, well-organized underground anti-German and anti-Italian, because the Italians had really taken over Corsica. They wanted Corsica as it was what they were going to get from the war. They were going to get Tunisia and Corsica. They were going to get a lot. Mussolini was going to get a lot of stuff from the war, if they won the war. And we got down there, and we made arrangement for a boat, and we would come back on such a certain date. And we wanted them to take us by boat across the Elbe. No problem. It's only 40 miles away. There are a lot of places to land. And then we went on back and wrote up that operation. And by this time, the OG group was moving in. And OG is not OHGEE, it's Operational Group, OG, Operational Group. And they started off by going in to call on the Italian commander. And I got there, I wasn't there on this, but they went into the commander's office with submachine guns, Thompsons at that time. We had 9mm submachine guns, so we had specially made for the OSS, which we could use 9mm parabellum ammunition. And they went into his office. He stayed at his desk, and first of all, they spoke to the adjutant, and he went and said the Americans who've come here want to speak to you. The commanding officer of this American group, the OG group, I think his name was Patty. I'm not sure. But he said to his men, he said, look tough. This is his idea, look tough. They went in, they didn't salute. They stood in front of this guy who I think may have been a general, or at least a full colonel. And I think he was a general. And they said, General, we're taking over your position. And he didn't move. He just said, Captain. He said, have you no manners at all? In front of a general, you don't salute. You don't, you smoke it, you light a cigarette in front of him? Now look, if you want to talk to me like this, go and send your commanding officer in here. And this guy, the American, this tough a member of the mafia someplace, God knows where, said, come on, let's get the hell out of here, and turned and walked out. And my feeling was he had made a damn fool of himself, but he should have put a round in his thing and said, look, General, you're coming with me or you're not going anywhere. And killed him. Because as far as we were concerned, they were the enemy, and you had to, if you were being such a clunk as to act like that, you would had to carry it all the way through. Because otherwise, the army as a whole was on, the Italian army was like that. It was ready to join the Germans who were somewhere in the offing, I think, getting ready. This was this was in Bastia, which was a big harbor, getting ready to get on their boats and get the hell out. And at any rate, they just went back to saying what a bunch of you can't trust these Italians or something like that. You know, the Americans, these were Americans, but they were Italian. At any rate. So we went on our own happy way. We had our own headquarters with 5 people in it, and we went on preparing for the great invasion of Elba. And by this time, a PT formation had come in. This is probably about a week went by. The trip down south, which in this little car took a long time, and at any rate, I think 2 or 3 civilians showed up, just plain civilians. We were all in uniform because we were in the army, you know. And these 2 or 3 civilians showed up, and one of them was an actor, Wayne Nelson, a very nice guy, and the other one was a Arctic explorer, by the name of Tom Stoneborough. And there were no other civilians, but they came with authority over all of us, of me and everything, and they wanted to know. They had seen the report that I made on trying to find a boat, and they knew that the PTs were coming in. They said, listen, we'll do it by PT, because they're much faster. Your boat is, if it's got anything, it's got a little motor in it, because I had said that they use sail or you know, and maybe an outboard motor, something like that. And but they said, you've done some reconnaissance on the thing, where to land and so on, but we're going to do it more thoroughly. We're going to send over a plane, which they did, to take obliques as they flew in. They take possible landing places, and we'll get line up a PT boat. Actually, I think the first boats that went in, the PTs were under strict orders not to make any landings. So we managed to get through the Italians. By this time, this general who had been, who had eaten out one of the OGs, not the commanding officer, but one of the top men, and he had been helpful with us and given us 1 or 2 what they call mass boats, which were very fast, very maneuverable, but smaller than PTs, and they carried torpedoes. After all, the Italians invented the torpedo boat in World War I, and just after World War I, they used a lot of them in taking over what later became Yugoslavia. you know, Fiume,
Adriatic?
and what?
The Adriatic?
Yeah, the Adriatic. And they used PTs, but they also it was a very dashing sort of thing. We more or less modeled our PTs, I believe, on the Italians, but we made them much stronger, and we had a hell of a lot of really big torpedoes on them. And so we were pretty well set up. We knew where we could land. We knew a good deal about it. We went over on trips with the PTs to take a quick look at them, and then we put in a team. We put in a team of 2 men. And a guide, and an Italian who knew the countryside and really knew it well. And they were in, I think they were in a week. But oh yes, I know what we'd done. We had outlined a system of, they said, how are we going to be particularly useful? I mean, information would be good to know what the Germans are doing there, but so far there's no actual advantage of just that. So we lined up, and these 2 civilians, Wayne Nelson and Tom Stoneborough, were very active in this, a system of putting in a very small team. Now, I think that it was on the second time, because that was why they got in there, they got up, this 2-man team with the guide, got up to the mountain that we were looking for, to one that to a smaller, they got into a cave. They got into a cave. And when I went in, the first thing I did was get them out of a cave, because I thought a cave, if anybody cheated on us, there was no way to get away if you're in a cave. And so this cave was probably too well. It was the only cave I ever saw in Elba, and so it was probably too well known by every shepherd, and any picnickers would have known where the cave was. And so what we went in for, changing that situation, we got in a lot more supplies. We brought in telescopes. We had binoculars, but we didn't have telescope. We got in a naval telescope that you could see miles away. And one of the things that they wanted to know was how the Germans were moving so much supplies down to Monte Cassino. That they were getting a lot of supplies in, and they didn't know how they were getting them in, because the railroad had been bombed all the way up and down, and the trucks, the roads had been damaged, and the supplies had to come down there wasn't enough around. From there on down, the Italian supplies had been taken or stolen, or one thing or another. So we decided we had to find out how, and we found out. We found out that they were using what they called F-lighters, and they were barges, and they were run by a thing that was really they didn't have outboard motors. They had automobile engines with a long shaft and a swivel, And you ran them like an outboard motor, except that you could lift them. They were in balance, perfect balance. You could lift them up and skim, just skim. The outboard motor has you have to have a lot of water around, a certain amount of water around. These you didn't have to have any. The engine was just a small automobile engine and a long shaft with a propeller on it. And that's what they used to move, and they were very maneuverable. They could turn on a dime. They could get into out of sight, you know, but they could carry a lot of material. And but we figured they were vulnerable at the same time, because they had to come out and move down the coast, and they with the way the Italian coast is, a lot of it's very shallow, and didn't give enough draft. But oh yes, then the destruction of them was the most important thing, and they moved in. The Air Force moved in with light planes, B-25s, stuff like that, and were geared to move as soon as we gave we used an open code, what we called a crack code, just 2 letters to give the type and number and position of these barges, or any other kind of ship there was, but I mean mainly barges. That's what they were using. They didn't have enough ships to use them any other way. And the planes would leave. It was really a lot of fun for our point of view, not from the Germans' point of view, but the planes would leave the minute they got there. They would be ready to go the minute they got the message from us of where they were and how many there were. And they would get over before the German supply ships, barges, were in safe position, which they first of all they would be in a convoy of them, and that was where they would try to divide up immediately, and we did a lot of damage with that. So much so that they went back to patching up the railroads, and but actually I don't, we'd see the bombing go, we'd see the bombers come over, and flying low, and the Germans were, I guess they were pretty well tied up with the casino, trying to keep the Americans, keep us out of bypassing the thing there. So we had altogether, I think we had, I think there were 7. These were each called an Arctic missions, and I think there were 7 of them. And the very first one was sort of a sounding out of what we could do, and I wasn't on that one. That was the only one that I was on it from the point of view of being in on the planning. But from then on, I was on Arctic mission, and I never wanted to leave it. I loved it. It was so safe. Once you got ashore, you could do anything you wanted to. One time we decided we'd run out of food. We were always running out of food, and we decided that we really should go back and also. No, I guess that's when they broke up. When when they broke up. For some reason or other, we had to go back, and I had a radio operator. On that trip, I didn't have, there was no point in having more than a radio operator and one person. But the radio operator didn't work too well because he couldn't get through all the time.
So that was your main thing in Corsica? Just
Yeah, that was the main thing in Corsica. Then they sent us over to Bari, and we got to Bari just at the time when they were having one hell of a raid, German raid, and then they sent us up to infiltrate where is this? In Siena, back in Siena. And but that was more or less the end of it. Then they decided to send us out to Kunming, to China. And we went out. I ended up the war. Actually, I got to China on the day of on the 8th or the 10th. I guess I got there on the 10th of August, when the A-bomb went off.
Do you have any memories of incidents on Elba?
Any memory of what?
Any incidents on Elba?
Yeah, I can remember. of trying to get with my radio operator, trying to make contact with a PT boat which had come over to pick us up.
Let's just hold that thought a second. We need to. Okay, we're on.
Well, I can't put a name to it. It was a young Yugoslav who was very keen and had been in the underground and loved demolitions. And he would take one of these little things that they called red devils. They were little bomb, little hand grenades, little grenades that were known. The Americans knew them as offensive grenades rather than or defensive. Now, I'm not sure which was which, but one grenade was like the British.
Mills bomb?
Yeah. Mills, but not
Mills.
Huh?
Mills bomb?
Mills bomb. And they came in a box like that and were very heavy and were deadly. And they're more as deadly to you as it was to the enemy, because the damn things, when they went off, you had to be practically underground to be able to sustain it, because the thing was dead. It was literally a deadly thing. Whereas the Italian one, which was called the Red Devil, was what we later got, I think, in Okinawa. Not us, but I mean that the Americans used in Okinawa, which was a much more a bomb that if you threw it, it would be deadly, but at the same time, it would not kill everybody around it. And well, I was thinking about that. I can't remember right off, but
You talk about a Yugoslav.
Yes.
oh yes, this young Yugoslav. And one day, he came in to the mess hall, and Ted asked the cook, who was also, a member of the OSS, asked him if he had a pair of pliers, I think a pair of pliers. And the cook turned around, and he had one of these bombs that he was taking apart. And he said, no, I haven't got one, and get the hell out of here with that. Get out of here. And so he said, oh, okay, don't lose your cool. And he walked out, and boom! And the thing had gone off. And it took off about that many of one hand, and more or less the same on the other hand. And he just sat down, and he said, I think we better have this was on the mainland, fortunately. That's where we were. It was where we lived, in our quarters there. And so we gave him what we could in third, the second, in wrapping up his hand and so on. And the army was all around us then. We had the army, we had doctors and so on and so forth. And they took care of him, and he was all right, and in a sense, with fewer hands, but still with enough hands to go, because he went on an operation after that, this guy.
Missing fingers.
Yeah. He went on an operation. I think that it was a mistake to allow him to go on an operation, because but he was very keen on it, and I never heard what happened to him. Never heard, but he was a survivor, so he probably gotten through it somehow or other. And we had a number of different people we had an Italian, God knows why we used him for anything. This was an Italian a priest, a young priest, who wanted to get into Italy. This was still when we were in Corsica. He wanted to get into Italy he was going to, this was, while the main part of the war was still going on. And we had several sort of nuts like that who wanted to do good works, which wasn't in the program for it. We really weren't ready for doing good works. And but if that's what he wanted to do, if he was willing to tell us what was happening at different points, we would use him, you know. But there was no great feeling that we were going to get much use out of him.
So most of your work was information gathering.
Yeah, that was the main thing. Main thing. These were peripheral operations like that, and we were very soon, you know. I think we had an interesting operations with the Germans, who were they knew that the war was over, you know, and they were doing certain operations that we were for instance, one of them was a command operation to stop. We had various different activities on one of them, God, I can't remember most of them. One of them was I've sort of forgotten that.
It's okay.
It was an interesting operation, but it didn't really amount to much. It was a
Was this with German military?
The Germans had gotten sort of fed up with the way we were running sort of were they were our operations of what the hell were we doing anyway? We were
Is this in Italy?
yeah, we were in Italy then. But I mean, we had various different people who were not really. I remember one particular operation. We had a radio relay between, because we were so far away from the action against the against a bunch of guys who were oh God, I really can't remember why the hell what we were doing there. We were I can't remember it. I really can't remember why on earth we had a little small little fight going on with the Germans. The Germans were attacked a group of us in a how the hell did they get into a fight with us? And why? You know.
Oh, this was that radio relay station?
Yeah, we had a relay station that...
On an island, and they set a landing party or something?
That's right. They came ashore, and they screwed us up a good deal and killed a lot of us. And
then they went away.
And then they went away. They didn't even, they took off. And why they did this, I can't remember now. But this was, they were supposed, they had, all they did for us was to kill off as many people as they could, and they killed off a few. But it wasn't. It didn't prove anything. It didn't. Then they turned around and went back. But by this time they were pretty sort of broken up. And what the devil did they break up for them?
That was that thing you told me that somebody got shot and got the heel of their boot shot off or something?
The what?
The heel of their boot was shot off or something?
Yeah. I was on top of I was on top of a building. It was a building that was I don't know. One guy was killed because he said, the Germans said, look, the war is almost over. You might just as well surrender. The war wasn't over. It was, but at any rate, you might just as well surrender. You'll be taken out as prisoners and so on. And one guy, I was on top of a building, of and I was the only thing I was there for was to test a radio and to see whether it would it could be get messages on a very simple little radio that the British, I mean the Italians never, or the Germans who marched up the hill and killed a couple of guys, that they never even did anything, any damage to the radio that they had. We had a radio that would, the only way to get a message to the mainland was to have a small radio that
Was it a relay radio?
yeah, it was a relay radio. It was a relay radio because you couldn't get a message on that particular island. There were a lot of different islands, but that particular island, we couldn't get a message through to the headquarters in
Caserta, wasn't it Caserta?
huh?
Caserta, wasn't the headquarters?
No, I don't think it was Caserta. But at any rate, it was unfortunate. It should never have been, operation should never have been used, because it wasn't. It was, the Germans came in, they put a lethal enemy, I mean, a lethal bomb that they sank. They just lowered it into the water, and it became, and it set off the next day, killed everyone except one. We were all on land, so we were up on the hilltop, and the people were killed on this thing, but it was killed because long after the Germans had left, and it went off, and by
Was it a mine?
yeah, no, it was a magnetic mine, and did a hell of a lot of damage to everybody except one guy who is still, I think until just a few years ago, he lost one leg and remained in the OSS, in the CIA, and I never saw him again, but I think that he's still with the CIA.
So after...
and then we were sent into the mainland, into the mainland, and operated there for a very short time, because then we were sent back to America, and they wanted to use us for I'm sort of
This before you went to China?
yeah. I went back, and we went to Catalina Island, and we were trained there. We went to various different training out there. We went to a number of these were training operations.
Now, what were you supposed to be doing in China?
Well, I'll tell you what, Jed, I've got to take a leak.
Okay, we'll hold that.
I'd come back, and either I will have
Forgotten everything or remembered everything?
yeah. That's right. Either I will have skipped it all. I'm glad I didn't drive, because I don't think that I should drive today.
Well, this has been excellent. I want to find out what happened.
Yeah, he came over for a while. Yeah, that was the only time he ever went.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay. My wife, unfortunately, has left me. Not divorced. I wish she was. At least she'd be alive. But about halfway between Florence and Rome.
Okay.
And lovely country.
Sounds charming.
I bought this house. We bought it, not wanting it. And the guy who owned it was about to die, And we had another house nearby, and we had wild animals and so on in big cages, which we got from the zoo in Rome. We got deer and sort of a bighorn sheep, a wild sheep of Europe that they had too many of. Because when we were in the when I was in the Foreign Service, I was always getting animals. We had every kind of animal you can imagine, lynx and antelopes and bush tortoises and things like that. And when you couldn't get rid of them, the lynx, for instance, we couldn't get rid of it. We took it out into the bush, 40 miles out of Mogadishu, let it go, and 3 days later it was back in the house. And so eventually you had to give them to some zoo where they'd be taken care of, and they wouldn't be skinned immediately because, you know, that's all they thought about was if you had a cheetah or a leopard or anything like that, they would they get used to human beings, and somebody or other is going to end up a leopard jacket.
I thought cats were a problem. Oh, God.
Yeah, a lynx is so beautiful, but at the same time, we were scratched all the time because they've got such needle-sharp claws. They don't even mean it, but they whop you occasionally. And so it was lovely having the animals. A lot of people had them. What I did in my office was the doors were open to anybody who had animals because I wanted to see what they were. I'd tell them, I'd give them a few piastres for having brought them in, but I couldn't take them. One time they came in, a guy came in with a basket of 3 cub lions like that, and you can't take them. You know, you take them, and in 8 months they're like that, and they're and there's no way of just getting your house full of animals.
Well, I'll pass on the animals, thank you. I just got rid of a cat, so.
But at any rate, our house was nice halfway between Rome and Florence.
That sounds charming.
Yeah, yeah.
Tuscany is one of those places I love to visit.
Well, come on. I go there every summer. Eventually I'll be staying there. I've got a furnace, but it's a wood-burning furnace, and I thought, oh, you know, I'm in the middle of a forest, but you can't. It's you spend your whole time stoking the furnace of wood. So I'm converted to either electricity or gas.
How old is the house?
I think nobody knows, probably a couple of 100 years, something like that. It was just a farmhouse.
Well, let's see where we left off. I think you were in Corsica and you had just gone to mainland Italy.
Oh, I just gone to Maine, so I never told you how we got away.
No.
We got away because the PT boat never came. It finally pulled out, and leaving. In the meantime, I had taken my radio operator, who couldn't swim. I'd taken him back, and I told him to go back to our camp, which was halfway up a cliff. And we're perfectly safe there, as long as the patrols didn't have dogs. So I had to get back out. I wanted to get back out and make contact with the PT boat, because I could hear it, but it always pulled away from us. I couldn't understand what their problem was, because the Germans had already gone. The German E-boat had gone, and there was just this you could hear in the distance, of this PT. It wasn't very far away, but they didn't know whether it was a trap and that I was trying to lure them in, you know, or what. So they just stayed out. And I took this horrid little one-man escape boat from, which was, you know, a fighter plane. It was the seat of a fighter plane, and it turned into a boat. And I took it out with the little paddles. And finally, I found myself about 5 miles offshore with a breeze coming up, an offshore breeze coming up, and I suddenly heard way off in the distance the PT going, and as you listened to it, it was headed back for for Corsica, which was 40 miles away. And I had to get back before dark. This was still the dark, and I had to get back before dark. And the boat, this hard little rubber boat was leaking. So you looked back and you'd see a long line of bubbles because this was in the springtime, and the water was warm, the phosphorescence, you could see it. And I thought, my God, you could see this from the air or from anything. But fortunately, there was no activity. So I finally managed to get back a little bit north of the only town there. I think it was, there were about 10 houses, but a patrol slept there. And I knew the times of the patrols, and I wanted to get past that town where they were sleeping before the patrol started up, because then the patrol was between me and our camp. So I made it. I got back to shore on a perfectly safe shore because it was well beyond the town. But it was a race between me and the patrol, which I later found out was from Eugene, because he had looked it all up. That I think that he said they were a SS battalion of Lithuanians, or one of those three little countries, you know, that had joined with the Germans because they were anti-Russian. And here I was in between that, but in between the town, the patrol, which was about to go out, and my camp. So I didn't want to lose this rubber boat, even though it was not perfect. At the same time, it was a way of moving from one place to the other. And I wrapped it around myself, and I walked right through the main part of town. It was dusk. It was just pre-dawn, you know. The sun wasn't up. We hadn't come over the Apennines would keep the sun down. I mean, keep the lights, real lights. And when I went by the place where the patrol was, a guy came out, and I was sort of trying to crouch down, and threw a bucket of water out, turned around, went back in again, and I just kept right on going. Nobody paid any attention to me. What they thought, you know, somebody doing something or other, that early morning chores or whatever. And I got back, I got ahead of the patrol, and then I went into a bush and stayed in the bush. The very thick, what they call makia, you know. And then later during the day, when there was nobody around, because the patrol would go from one little village like this, probably 10 miles along, to another village, and then they'd stop and have something to eat. And
was it a squad of Germans?
Huh?
Was the patrol squad size, maybe 10, 12?
No, they were about 6. They were about 6. I don't know what their their plans were. There weren't that many on this part of the island. This was the western part of Elba, and the Germans in force were on the eastern part, or the eastern or the central part. And one of my assignments was to find out what they had, where they had their main strength. And so I had to, after I got back with the radio operator and saw that he was all right and told him that I was going to be gone for a day or so, he had plenty of K rations. That's what we really liked best of all. It sort of had an even thing. I told him he couldn't smoke, and well, I'd always told him he couldn't smoke because that's one of the giveaways and when you're in that kind of operation.
Now, are you in uniform at this point? Or?
Yeah, I was in uniform, yeah.
So you couldn't be...
But so I had some protection, but not enough. Not enough. They had an order that uniform or not uniform, if you had a camera, if you had weapons, if you had grenades, we had all of those things, that you were considered a combatant and in other words, an illegal combatant. And especially, and if you spoke Italian and had contacted the locals, that was another thing. And but they knew they weren't supposed to do this. They weren't supposed to kill off the people, but they did, and you knew it was wrong because they knew it was wrong because they would invariably beat, club you to death, so that there was nobody could say they had heard firing of that sort, And they never kept any records, and they never gave you a trial or anything like that. And actually, some of our chaps did get, and then they would bury you on unmarked grave, and in the case of these other, I think maybe I told you about 6 of them going in to blow up a tunnel. Yeah, they were all 6 of them were killed and buried under, I think, an olive tree. And I can't remember the name of this general that who was executed for that, but he was in command of that area, and he had given the order to do it. So the people who actually killed them never were. As far as I know, were not prosecuted on that offense. Maybe they were on some other offense.
Now, how long were you in Elba?
Oh, off and on. There were 7 Arctic missions, and some of them were long, a month, 2 months. I guess the longest time was 6 weeks. And the last one was the longest one, that I had this operator, and we had 2 radios, a handy-talkie that was about, you've probably seen those, they were quite chunky things, and they didn't have the batteries that lasted very long. The only time I ever used one was to contact the PT boat when the PT boat was fairly close, and they were talking on their handy-talkie to a boat that they had sent in to make contact with us, and they said, somebody, I was trying to say, get the hell out, because there's an E-boat about a half a mile away. And then I gave, either before or after that conversation, I gave I think I maybe have told you that, a signal with a flashlight. No? Well, I was behind a rock. I got down as far as I could, put my hand up. M was our signal for a real alarm to get the hell out. And I gave 2 of them, 2 M. I gave an M and then waited a few seconds and gave another one. And when I was halfway through the other one, this sudden wonderful display of tracer bullets. And the Germans had beautiful tracer bullets. They were in all colors. I don't know what they meant, but anyway. And they don't look as though they're coming towards you. They look as though they're just going up in the air like that until they get right overhead, and then they're whoosh. And that is when the PT took off like a shot, because came in under electric power but they made noise. I don't know why. They made a high-pitched sort of squeak. That's all it made. But when they then cut into their, I guess, gasoline engines, and they just vanished. And the E-boat, strangely enough, it had a lot of more power than it was using. It turned and it went around. This was, there's a long peninsula at that particular point on the island. I can't remember the name. Anyway, when you look at the western end of Elba on a map, there's this peninsula that goes out into, it's like a finger pointing more or less, pointing really towards Pianosa, which is a little island about maybe 6 miles off the coast. And they went around the point and vanished towards this town, which I had to the next day I went down, moving just at night, and got a wonderful position above this town to see. They had to find out what the Marine mine was, because it had a Marine mine. We'd gotten that information from our own 63rd Fighter Wing, I think it was. It was based on Corsica, but we didn't know exactly how far in it was, how far out, and how far down. The beautiful beach, which has now got villas all along it, and but we had to know where that minefield was, because the French were going to make a landing there. And I was lucky. I got that from where I was. I could see that whole area. I couldn't see where the mine was. There weren't any markers. But I could see the boats go out, and the boats went out a certain distance. I marked it on my map because I was looking right down the beach. And then they would get to another point about, I had to calculate that, and then they would make a right turn and go right out to sea. So that minefield was right along there. And later on, this I found out later on, when the French made their landing, they did it with Goumiers, I think, or Senegalese troops. They lost a lot of people because they went right in over the minefield. Because they had sent in another team, and the other team had figured it out as being not a marine field, but a beach mines. And there were beach mines. There were barbed wire further in, so they wouldn't have been disrupted. And there were beach mines, and they just went right in both of them. And they lost some landing boats on the shallow minefield outside. And I've never read a report on it. It had been interesting, but it was a sort of a very much of a secondary their thing. The French did it, attacked Elba, mainly, I think, a sort of, well, they had to train their men. Their men had never had any combat at all, these Africans, although they were good soldiers. And I was in a beautiful position because I could see what they were doing, and I had to guess at it. There was a concrete mold that went out to make a sort of fisherman's sort of safe harbor in a storm. And this concrete mold had crews digging into the surface of it in a pattern. And I put that down in my report, and they had that. And the British put in a small commando raid in there. And I said, in this thing, I said, it looks as though there are probably mines on the mole, on the surface of the mole. So stay away from that. And they went right over it. They went up on one side and over, and they lost a lot of people on that. And then I was in this place where I was. There was an old vineyard. I never saw a house up there. There must have been a house someplace, or not necessarily. The town was right below it, and they probably came up and worked all day long. A vineyard and olive grove, all overgrown, so it was perfect. I could move around inside it. One time, a patrol, rather small patrol, with nothing but dogs came. And they never released the dogs, and the only reason they didn't release the dogs, I believe, was because between me and the patrol, which was only probably about, the patrol was on the path was below these terraces, and between me and the patrol, the dogs were tearing to get free. There was a little boy with goats, with a herd of goats, and whoever the soldiers were, I don't know what group they were, they didn't want their dogs to get carried away with chasing goats. And I was above them, scared, really, really scared, because dogs are the one thing that I've always thought, if the Germans had used patrols, we couldn't have done anything. And so all I did was to wait and pray that they would keep them on the lead, you know. I had grenades, but once I had a 45. I had a machine pistol, one of our type. I've never heard that anybody else had them. They were specially made by the Marlin Company for, so I was told, for the OSS. And they were very nice. They had a wooden stock. They were blowback. They just were easy, and they took 9mm parabellum, which was all over the place. And that's why we had them. And so, I mean, I could have killed the dogs, or at least killed 2 or 3 of them, but that was not what our mission was all about, because that would have ended the whole thing. They would have sent in they wouldn't have had to send in many people before they could have finished me off. And then, strangely enough, the Germans were putting in a mortar. It was quite a big mortar, sort of a block of mortars behind. There was a pine wood, which is undoubtedly still there, because it's very nice, along this beach, this beautiful beach. And they had a, what do you call it? I guess maybe a half a dozen mortars that they were zeroing in on where I was. And I thought, at first, my God, they've gotten a flash from the binoculars. This was in the morning, and I had been all night long there, perfectly comfortably, waiting for the morning so that I could get I got some photographs that never came out, but so that I could see what they had in the way of defensive things. They had 2 or 3 barbed wire emplacements along the beach, but in from the beach. And I thought that's what I would be able to find out. But what I did find out was that they had a mortar. They had a mortar, a number of mortars, I think maybe 88, some pretty big ones. And they started firing. And they started firing where I was. And I thought, Jesus, they've seen me. And I did the best I could. There was no place on a terrace that you could really get. If the terrace had been toward the village, it would have been all right, because I could have been as far back as I could get on one terrace and just pray that they had the wall of the other terrace, the one I was on, as a certain amount of blockade. And I know, just before they started firing, a car came up, one of the little Volkswagen, early Volkswagen, you still see them around, they're called the Thing.
Kubelwagen.
What they were?
Kubelwagen.
Kubelwagen, that's what they call it. I never knew what they were called. But I must say, I thought, Jesus, if I only had nerve enough, I'd go down, because there was nobody in it, you see. It was down below me, and someone came up and started shouting in German. And what I thought was shouting in German, I thought, my God, there must be another patrol behind here that I've never seen. And he's giving instructions. Well, what I had to guess at was that he was seeing if there was anybody working there and telling them to get out, because he got back into his car, drove away, and then after about half an hour, 15 minutes, we start getting mortars. And the first mortar shell that came up, I thought was a pack of hounds. It was that particular type of mortar that they had. I guess when the shell was rotating, coming back down, it sounded exactly like a pack of hounds. They were boom, and above you, all of the branches of the trees were falling down on me. You know, sort of brush, really. And I think I was scared than anything else, because you could hear the stuff cutting through the woods, and then the branches all falling down on top of you. But they didn't. They kept on firing for a while, and what I figured out that they were seeing that they had the range for, if anybody came over, if a group of troops tried to attack from that side, they wouldn't. The people who were defending that particular piece of beach, and it was fairly important to defend it, because it was the only place where landing boats could land, because everything else was rocky. And they were just testing to see that the mortars would be effective, I think. That's what I put in my report anyway.
Now,
so that just about finished our mission. When I came back from that, we were ready to leave, and we were short of food, the radio operator and myself, And when I'd come back from the trying to contact the PT boat, which had finally took off, I knew that they weren't going to come back until there was another dark of the moon, and the moon phase was changing then. So I decided I had to get out by myself. And there were boats, fishermen's boats, on the other town, the town that I'd gone through in the morning. I came to these boats, but there were no oars. And they're big, probably about 15-foot, heavily made boats. And with no oars, you didn't have a chance of doing anything. You know, there's no way of getting across. If one had in that village, nobody had a boat with a power to it. And so I had the last thing that I did as operationally and observation was to find out where the hell they left their oars, which I did. I went up on where I could see the boats, and I watched for about 3 days there, and I saw them pull their oars up and go halfway up the hill, and then put them in a stone shed that had chestnuts in it, where they dried their chestnuts, because there are a lot of chestnut trees on this island, on Elba. And so when the time came, Sunday, we took off, went down there. The system of moving these boats, that they were very heavy, they had stones about so big that were cut in a trough, and they would roll the boat up, put one of these under the keel, and then 2 people could work it down till you got into the shingle and into the water. We had a lovely calm day, calm night for this, and got off at about, I suppose, 3 o'clock at night. Pushed out and started rowing. And that was when we got about 5 miles out, dead calm, and a breeze started up, blowing us back in towards Elba. And we came back in, and by the time we got back in, it took us 5 hours to get in. By the time we got back in, the light was strong. We had been drifting down, which was northward from where we had stolen the boat. And we came right into a cliff that just went up like that. And the only thing that I could think was we would have to abandon the boat, because the cliff, you know, it was really amazing looking at it. First of all, we had another set to with another problem, which was a plane. A plane came down. It was not a fighter plane. It had couldn't have had any machine guns in it. It was a Storch, which was an observation plane that could go very slowly and land on a dime. And we were probably a couple of miles out to sea when this happened. He came in, and this guy, my radio operator, didn't know how to swim. So, and yet he couldn't stay in the boat. He had to get out of the boat if this plane had a machine gun or any kind of a gun, or were dropping grenades. I mean, and they must have had a radio and called in to a patrol boat, but that would have been. I knew where the nearest one on the northern side of me was, which was quite a big town, Marciano, that was Marciano. And there were two Marcianos. There's Marciano Marina, which that was where the patrol boat was kept, and Marcina in Alto, which was nothing but a few houses. And when when I came in, when I got about from here to the wall, I suddenly saw that there was about this much that I couldn't see from the water. There was about this much rocks. I mean, you know, as though somebody as though there was a beach. Well, there was a beach there, but you couldn't see it from the water. From the water you saw nothing but this cliff. So I knew that we could get ashore. And at first had the feeling, oh yes, when this plane came over, I go back a little bit.
Full second, we're going to quick change tapes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well,
The plane.
oh yes, the plane came over. I took we had shelter halves. We had taken all of our equipment from the camp, except the radios. The radios were too heavy and they didn't work anyway. So we had hidden them, which we came back later on after Elba was taken and to pick up our equipment. Oh yes, yeah. I took the shelter half lines, tied them onto the gunnel, tied them onto his belt, and I figured that I was all right because this was before, no, this was after the wind had come up. And the wind no, this was before the wind had come up. This was just about after we had gone out, and we were still going out. And I was hoping to be able to get across before morning to get the 40 miles across. I'd cut a thing, and I was using the shelter half to make a sail with. At any rate, so I told the radio operator, I said, look, if we are fishermen, we're going to be sitting here, we're not going to be worrying about the plane. It's gone by, maybe another one will come. They're used to seeing these boats out here, and they won't pay any attention unless you or I do something that is out of line. And we had the guns underneath these little machine guns underneath the tarpaulins, the shelter halves. And so I told them, don't do anything like that. But if they start shooting, then go over the side. You're tied on. You've got 6 feet of line, and stay down as long as you can, and then come up for your head. Breathe and get the hell back down again. And he was saying that he couldn't hold his breath. I said, it doesn't matter. You will learn to hold your breath in a very short time because it's a matter of our lives. The plane went way down. It circled around, turned around, and came right back in the same light. And they didn't. They just went straight on back, and we never saw them again. What they were doing, what they did, but I just figured they didn't have any guns. You know, the sorts usually didn't. They just we had seen them before. They would fly within a few feet of the ground, and you could see the pilot in them and everything. So we now made our landing. We made our landing. We took some of these sort of slate on this beach, and managed every wave came, because this storm that we were in was lasting, you know. I knew that we couldn't get off when it was a headwind as far as the eastern side, the western side of Elba was concerned. And what we did then, we pulled it up as far as we could. We got it right up to the cliff. We put rocks around it, and we got brush. There was a lot of brushwood around, fortunately, and we made a sort of a camouflage of the boat, because the boat was brightly painted. This is the damn thing about it. But when we got through by about 8 o'clock in the morning, we heard a patrol boat coming, and it came right down along this coast, and it was loaded with troops, as many as they could get. It wasn't an E-boot, it wasn't one of those great big ones, they couldn't get in that close. But this one did, and I was, you know, I saw they're going to see us, and we're going to be sitting ducks here, you know. And instead of that, they went right on by. They never hesitated, as though they didn't care, or we had done a good enough job, or they were looking up. You know, we weren't looking at them, because I have always had a feeling that if you look at people, that they're going to see you. And in another case, in the same situation. And when a patrol passed within, from me to you practically, of them, that was this 6-man patrol. Only one had a machine gun. He had the typical little machine pistol, 42 or 41, one of those categories. Very nice little gun. And he walked. But he was very good. He'd turn around, walk backwards, looking up at the hills, always looking up at the hills, never looking right at us. This was well before, this was in another mission, but always on that western side of Elba. And they didn't see us. They didn't see us. And we had no way we had our guns ready. With only I think we had two machine pistols. With the others, we all had 45s and grenades and so on. But we were not on a combat mission. We weren't to, you know, and they didn't know that we were there. Although they knew that we had landed. They didn't know whether we'd taken off again after that landing, but they rather suspected that we were still there. And I tell you, things like that start the adrenaline going, and you think a little bit faster. And on that occasion, one of them, I think it was Chester, Chester Macaroni said, this is going back, said, hey, they GIs. Because their voices around a corner, and I knew enough German to know the hell they were speaking German. But the difference between the Italian, which is more of a sing-song voice, and German, which is more guttural, but not English if you knew a little bit of German. And that's when we sort of did a melt. And it was effective. It was effective enough to, first of all, our uniforms were foul from having been in them and not. This was wintertime. And we actually, one of the missions that came in to supply food for us brought Christmas cards for us. Can you imagine anybody being as dumb as that? At any rate, now, so we get back to this thing. The patrol boat went on by. Later on in the afternoon, it came back. By that time, we had checked up to see that everything was good, and these flashes of color were well covered over with the shelter halves, so that the colors wouldn't show back in, wouldn't show through. And in the evening, that evening the storm kept on going. We knew we couldn't get away. In the evening, suddenly there were lights coming down the hill. And we thought, well, we're in a better position now that we've got our guns, we had left the boat completely and had gotten up the cliffs as far as we could, and it would have been almost impossible to have found us at night. In the daytime they could have found us if they had found the boat. But these people who came down weren't Germans. They had a lantern, they came down, they were farmers, fishermen, and I don't know who they thought we were, but they must have thought we were Germans, because they said, your friends are up there. And we said, and I figured out immediately that they thought we were Germans, because we didn't look like anything particular, you know. And I said, no, they're no friends of ours. And they said, they sort of nodded, and they said, we'll help you. And they said, we'll come back, you stay here, you'll be all right. I said, how long will this storm last? They said, one more day. One more day, it'll be finished. It'll be dead calm. You'll have 2 days of calm, and then the storm will be from the opposite direction. And so I said, well, we'll see if we can get away. And they said, what do you want? And I said, well, we haven't had any food for 2 or 3 days, but that doesn't matter. We aren't hungry. And I said, better not to come back, because we may be gone. It would be bad to come. We wouldn't want you to come back in the daytime. And it would be bad to come back. Somebody might see you, somebody, you know, and he said, yeah, but we'll be very careful. We won't say anything. And so they stayed away all that night, and they came back the next night. And the next night, we had already pushed the boat into the water. The calmness that they had said that we would have was absolutely perfect. We pushed the boat into the water, and as soon as the sun was really well down beyond Corsica, which has very high mountains, and the darkness came on rather quickly, even though this is springtime. And we took off. And we took off, I guess probably at about, well, I'll tell you what, we saw the lights. They started coming down again. And we couldn't take a chance on who came down, you know. I felt that they had a spotlight now, an electric, you know, torch, and that they wouldn't have had an electric torch. And I certainly didn't want to take a chance, you know. There were always, in every village, there's some people in one way and some people in the other way, and the other way would have gotten in touch with the Germans. And so we took off, even though it was a bit choppy, but not too bad. And pushed the boat back into the water, and took off. And the the lights were up like that, and then gradually they were working down as we took off. And I kept thinking, I'll count to 100. If I can get to 100 by the time, these were very heavy oars. They were oars about that big around, and long oars too. And this kid didn't know, he couldn't even row. Fortunately, I'd been brought up rowing. And so it was no problem to me. And I'll tell you, this adrenaline, I didn't have to eat anything. And we rowed, I'd count 100 strokes. And 100 strokes, the lights were gradually getting out, you know. And I thought, in the dark, even though the moon was just a crescent moon, even though the moon is not much, at the same time you can see a blob. A boat is quite a big thing. A 16, 17-foot boat or 14-foot boat was quite a big thing to look down on the water, because the water always reflects starlight and so on. And but nothing happened. No gunshots. No nothing. That finally, when we finally lost sight of them, I guess we must have been maybe a mile out. I don't know how far out, but at any rate, we couldn't see their lights anymore. And rowed, and gradually the great mass of the hills, because they're two big mountains. One is Monte Giove, and the other one, Monte Giove is, I think, the tallest one, and then the next tall one, where we were camping on that one for a long time, was Monte. At any rate, there are two big mountains there, and by sunup, we were halfway across. We had done 20 miles. We had had a little bit of sailing, not much, but we had one of the things that we found was, I think, a broken oar, and that acted as a mast. And we got to Elba at 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day.
Elba or Corsica?
Corsica. Went right into Bastia, right over the minefields there. Didn't make any difference because the mines were 6 feet down. We were drawing about 16 inches at the most. And went up to the PT boat. The PT boat was right in the main basin of the harbor of Corsica. Went up, got a phone, and all of these guys whom we knew, but they didn't know us. They thought the French, when I got back from calling up our headquarters, and they were coming down with a car for us right away. When I got back there, the French had moved in and arrested my radio operator. And and they were reluctant to give him up. You know, they thought we've captured we've captured a I don't know what they thought he was, but.
So what was your next assignment?
Well, the next assignment was to write up this report, which is always a nuisance. I had kept a diary, which I wasn't supposed to keep, and Tom Stoneborough, one of the two civilians, there's Wayne Nelson and Tom Stoneborough, and Tom Stoneborough tried to keep the diary. He said, you have to keep that. And I said, the hell with you. You want to write it out, you write it out. But I'm going to keep that diary, which I did. I still got it.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. And the other assignments were, I don't know, Washington wanted me back, and they wanted to send me to Catalina School for beach reports, which is very interesting because you know, the direction and angle of the waves coming in tells so much about what it's, how far out a storm is, and when you put on an island, and they want to know is the depth of the islands coming up for landing craft and so on, and if it is unoccupied by Japanese, which several of them were. But I never went on one. Instead of that, they sent me into Kunming. Well, they sent me first of all into Burma, very briefly. And when I was I was going through Burma when the word came that, I don't know who brought it, maybe somebody heard it on the radio, that the atom bombs the 2 atom bombs had gone on, had been, you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
What did you think of that? Any impression?
Well, I didn't realize I thought, later I thought that it was unnecessary, that all they had to do is to set one of them off in Tokyo Harbor, in the water there, and I didn't know that it would do much damage to any human beings, maybe a few fishermen, but not a town. I never realized that why they'd picked these two, which I always thought were residential towns, Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
So once BJ Day has come, what happens to you then?
Well, then I was in Kunming. I was sent down to Hanoi. I was in charge. I was put in charge of the SI desk in Kunming because I spoke French, and everybody in North Vietnam, well, in South Vietnam they all spoke French too. But the British had that was their section, the Saigon, and I think was it the 37th parallel? That they divided it. I guess they divided up Indochina into two things. I don't know where the French were supposed to be. I guess the French did send in troops. Yeah, they had troops there, and which eventually they were sort of stubborn. De Gaulle was a very stubborn man, and he should have, if he had realized that the Indochina was going to go independent, it would have made all the difference in the world, as far as the French are concerned. But everybody wanted to return to what had happened at the beginning of the war. The Dutch were sending troops down, and the British wouldn't let the Dutch got as far as Bangkok, and they wanted to go into Indonesia. And the British basically had in the backs of their minds that they were going to take over all of these other colonies, you know, and especially Indonesia, which we knew we had a lot of oil in it.
So how long were you?
I was there for until, let's see, I went over there in
You're still in the OSS.
Oh yeah, I'm still in the OSS, yeah. Well, we'd gotten a report that my brother had been killed. So the first thing that, as far as I was concerned, the thing that I really was interested in was to verify this and find out where his body was. And so I wasn't terribly enthusiastic about this assignment in northern Vietnam. It was interesting. And I finally sent the last, and I believe it was the last parachute jump of the war with, I didn't go in on it, I wish I had, but at the time somebody had to be on the desk in Kunming. And this went in mainly for a prison camp, to liberate a prison camp, which was a sort of primary of most importance at that time was we were afraid the Japanese would kill off, in some of the isolated camps, they would kill off all the prisoners. They did massacre a lot in the Philippines. And the Philippines was a great operation, but their operation came, I think, from maybe one of the aircraft carriers or I don't know where it came from, one of the islands maybe. And it was very successful. It was Rangers. Would that have been Marines or?
Rangers. He was
Army. Army. Well, they were equipped for it, you know, and we were equipped for a different type of thing for individuals. But we sent in, I would think 30 people, and the Japanese. We notified the Japanese that they were coming, and that they would jump in, and that in the event that we would expect certain type of reception, which we got. They came out and they presented their arms, and at that time they were allowed to keep their arms. And they were a scruffy-looking bunch. All our men jumped. Some of them had never done any jumps before, but I had the right to authorize them to do that, because there are a lot of the agents that we sent in jumped without any previous training. Well, they had to, you know, because there just wasn't time to send them back for training.
So you were in Indochina for?
I was in Indochina for probably about 4 months. Okay. Yeah.
And after that assignment?
And after that, I was sent down to, I think when that operation ended, I was sent down to Bangkok, where there'd been a team had gone into Bangkok and had been met by the Thais, and the British considered themselves at war with the Thais, but we didn't consider ourselves at war with the Thais, and which seemed to be all right. And the Thais gave one of their royal palaces up to our men who went in. How they got in, I'm not sure. I don't know how they got in. I think they probably, as the Thais were in control of all of northern Thailand, up to the Burma Road, which of course we were in control of. The Japanese never really made any effort to do anything except to bomb the Burma Road and the bridges and stuff like that. But I actually that wasn't my operation. I was taken in This was after the surrender, and I was given a free hand to see if I could find my brother's grave, which I did. And I found that through a Catholic priest who had been there throughout the war, and a Siamese who had actually been in touch. He had been given the assignment by the royal family to see if he could do anything. This Siamese, who was really a sort of underground, I guess a sort of spy for the royal family. And they were very much anti-Japanese, and they didn't like the arrangement that had been made with the Japanese to allow them to come in and allow them to keep prisoners and to build their railroad. And but one of the Thais, the Thailand, I did some reports on the situation in Thailand, and I found what everybody knew was that the Navy and the Army were at swords points of the Thais. And the person, my brother and a young man by the name of Howard, I think a lieutenant or something like that, were almost at the road when a patrol of Thai patrol under a lieutenant, the Japanese had put out a offer for 1,500 bahts, which was really about $150, for these two, if they could, whoever brought them in. And this young man, who later became, I don't know, very high up in politics, in the army clique, because sometimes the army would be in power, and sometimes the Navy would be in power, and there'd be a coup, sort of palace rebellion between the two. And this young man, this young lieutenant, a Thai lieutenant, had collected the reward and turned them over to the Japanese. And that I got the information from this Thai underground operator, and he was shot, but he wasn't killed. He was shot, I think, 3 times just before he told me this, and nobody knows who shot him. Obviously, either the Japanese or the army, and the army were afraid of. We were already starting to move in troops, and as guests, more or less guests, the way I was. That's why I came in on that thing, and I was sent, as I was OSS, and the OSS was in control of what was known as the Rose Palace, which was the sort of a lesser royal palace, and a very nice place. And we had our own living quarters, our own food, and pavilion. Everything was in pavilions in this beautiful. It's still there. I went the last time I went back. I drove. I guess I rented a car and drove right into the palace, and it was a lot of army officers had taken over, but they didn't bother me at all. I went to where the pavilion, the dining pavilion was. It was about this size, with an enormous table, everything on about that high off the ground, because with cushions to sit on and low tables, because no servants were allowed to have their head ever above any member of the royal family. And the officers were almost all members of the royal family. How they had so many children, God knows how, but they did. And now the servants after the war, they didn't have to crawl around on their hands and knees the way they had previously. In order not to get their head above some young prince or something like that. So this is where I ran into the other OSS people who were there, and one of them, the head of the mission, was Jim Thompson. You've heard of Jim Thompson. He was a famous person who had remained there and remained as a civilian, and he developed the Thai silk industry. It was a up country. They'd always made beautiful silk, but Jim was a very aesthetic young man, and he changed their whole colors. He went in for sort of pastel colors, absolutely fabulous. When they made the King and I, that movie, you know, he supplied all of the silks for that. And he made a fortune on it and lived there and had a beautiful house there. And I guess about, how long has it been? I don't know. But at a certain point, Jim was in the worst part of the summer. Bangkok is impossible, full of mosquitoes and it's terribly hot, and rainy season and so on. And everybody goes down to, they either go to Kathmandu, or they go to someplace in India, or they go to what they call what do they call them? The Cameron Highlands in Malaya, which is cool, high hills and so on. And Jim went down there. I think he had a girlfriend with him, but in fact, I knew his girlfriend, and I think she was there. And there were these little houses, little sort of cottages, just for the summer heat throughout Malaya, when the only people. At any rate, okay. He vanished. Jim vanished. Nobody's ever known what happened to him. And they heard him. They thought he'd gone out for a walk, and there's gravel around these houses, and they heard the crunching of gravel. And some people say they heard a call, but nobody was quite sure about that. At any rate, he's gone. Now, whether I've always suspected that he was killed, and because the last time I saw Jim, I went out there. I was in Okinawa, and I was working for the Army. And I went out to Bangkok. My wife and I went out there to. She had been to Bangkok before? No, I guess not. This is her first time, because her father was sort of governor of Malaya at a certain time before the war. There was a career foreign service or colonial service. And I suspected that oh yes, Jim had told me the last time I saw him, he said, you know, your brother, the case of your brother is still very much alive here. And if he was talking, but that meant that he was always talking with the newspapermen. The Imperial, not Imperial Hotel, the what's the hotel in Bangkok? The old one. When we were kids, we were there. We stayed there. Not Continental Hotel.
I'll let you think about that, and we're going to change tape.
It's right on the water, right on the river.
So you think this was a political?
I think it's a political thing. I think that they sent somebody down there, and it's right on the edge of the most beautiful jungles where there used to be these gibbons. In the morning, you'd hear the gibbons really sort of almost singing, you know. Oh, whoa, 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 like that. And as kids, we used to love it. But some people said, well, you know, he could have been taken by a tiger. I don't believe it. Jim was not that adventurous. And you know, when you hear a tiger, okay, and when you do, the last thing you do is take a walk in the jungle. But he could have gotten lost. It's very easy to get lost in any forested place. He could have slipped and fallen down those hills are very steep, and the animals around there would have eaten him up in no time at all, you know.
Now, the war is basically over. What did you see as your future? Was the OSS, they feel they had a post-war role, or?
Well, they wanted me to write part of the history, and I didn't want to. I wanted to. I sort of thought, well, you know, Russia would be the place to learn something about. One of my particular boss, who was a director of CIA at this time, it had changed. Under Truman, it changed to the CIA, Combined Intelligence, instead of Office of Strategic Services. And my boss was then the first director of CIA. And his name was, oh, come on, Pomeroy, where's your memory? Houck, Lester Houck. The guy about 6 feet, 6 feet 10 or something like that, smoked one cigarette after another. He died at the age of, I don't think we were more or less the same age. I don't think he could have been over 50. No, certainly not 50. And because he would smoke one cigarette after another.
What was he like?
He was a great guy. He was an archaeologist, and a great guy.
Good boss?
Very good, yeah. He said that one time when I was back in Washington, he said, what do you know about Lake Baikal? And I said to him, I said, well, you obviously think that's where the Russian nuclear thing is, you know, station is. And he said, how did you know that? And I said, you wouldn't have asked me. You wouldn't have asked me if you hadn't, if it wasn't, you know, the Lake Baikal wasn't very interesting. And he said, what are you going to do now? And I said, I'd like to study Russian. And he said, how are you going to go about it? And I said, I don't know. I find a Russian and do 5 hours a day. And according to Berlitz, it will take 700 hours. And at 5 hours a day, and I said, it'll take so long. And it was very interesting. He said, you're going to study Russian. Where do you want to study? And I said, wherever there are a lot of Russians. He said, where do you think there are a lot of Russians? And I said, probably in Rome. They can't work their own religion, except Greece, and they'd have to learn Greek. So I think that they're probably in Rome. He said, okay, go to Rome and study Russian 5 hours a day, and study something else too. I said, I've already got it. He said, he finally kept saying, what are you going to study? What else are you going to study? I had, from the age of about, when I first went to Rome as a correspondent, I had a very good friend who was the director of the American Academy in Rome at that time. His name was Fairbanks. And his son and I went to school together. And he was an artist, a very good artist. I liked his paintings and everything, and he gave me a lot of pointers. And he died shortly after that. People die conveniently from me. And he left me all of his paints, his easel, which was an absolute gem of an easel, great big old-fashioned easel. I don't know who it had been. It had certainly been a lot of good painters. And everything, the works. And I took up painting. And I was probably the worst painter in the world, but at the same time, I just liked it, you know. So eventually, I'll just give you that as a beginning. My boss at that time, when I was a newspaperman then, and my boss Reynolds Packard was a character, and a real bastard. I mean, the worst type of bastard you can imagine. But he played chess. I played chess. We got along well from that point of view. And I told him what I thought of him whenever it occurred to me. So we got along. He had known my brother, strangely enough. My brother had been a correspondent for the Brooklyn Daily Eagle in Ethiopia during the Ethiopian War. And he got himself into all kinds of trouble. There, the Italians wanted any number of correspondents. They had Herbert Matthews, who was a great one, and they had a number of different. They would give them transportation down there and so on, you know, and they'd facilitate their sending cables out. And Packard was down there, and I can't remember what this. Oh yes, about getting Russian, and I sort of had a girlfriend who was Russian.
That's part of the 5 hours a day.
The most beautiful girl I've ever seen. The only person who looked like her. And I've got a photograph of her someplace. You've seen it.
I may have.
You've never seen that picture?
I may have. I don't know what you're talking about.
She was Polish. She wasn't. But she had been brought up in Russia. And I think her father was in the embassy or something like that. And so I got Russian pretty well. Sort of mixed in with some Polish slang.
So you're in Rome?
I'm in Rome, studying 5 hours a day Russian.
You're employed by the CIA?
Yeah, I think I was. I'm not
So
sure.
they're paying you to
They weren't giving me much of a salary, but they gave me all my expenses.
okay.
Yeah.
So you're studying Russian, you're studying
And I went to the academy, the Rome Academy of Belle Arti, and they had, you know, you had a professor, and he was the one who told you, gave you assignments, and criticized your work and stuff like that.
So after the 5 months of learning Russian, what did the CIA expect you to do?
I never found out because I fell in love with my present wife, my wife, and his mother, and Eugene's mother, and the CIA's idea was you just worked for us because of, you know, after all, when you're an agent, you're an agent, you know, and you go where we tell you to go, and you have all the expense that you need, and if you want a car, you have a car, and you want a plane, you want to learn to fly, you want to learn helicopters or whatever, which I did, and it was a great life until I fell in love, and then I decided I had to do something more serious. So I went and got into the Foreign Service.
Okay.
Yeah. I got into the Army first of all, and we did 5 years in the Ryukyus.
As, what was your...
I was there. I was I was in charge of 5. What do they call them? Cultural centers. Very nice cultural centers. And we had a staff at each one, and I had to go around. First of all, I was in charge of one down in the southernmost island of the Ryukyus. And I would have...
Part of the occupation forces at this point.
Yeah, yeah. But I wasn't for the... I was working with the natives, you see. Our center was just to show them that America was a sound country, a country that worked with other people, and that was the land of the future.
Now,
For them, to, you know, to...
You're working with, you have a commission, or are you a civilian with the Army?
No, I'm a DAC, Department of the Army Civilian.
No.
And that was my thing, and I had a good rating. I had, at that time, I think I had about 11,000 a year, which was more than I had ever made before. And when I left, we decided we really should be in the Foreign Service, and we wouldn't have trouble because we had several languages, both of us. And when I left, they did something that was supposed to have been and I think it was an honor to me. They asked for the commanding officer there in Naha, in the Ryukyus, asked of what is known as a name call or something like that. And so I was said that, you know, I could go to Samoa, I could go to other places, the Philippines, but to come back, which I was I found very, at any rate, in the meantime I had been offered a job on the sort of more cultural in a way, more interesting to be in different countries, and I was supposed to go every 2 years, and we were with the CIA for about 7 years. and then decided that we wanted to do some writing. And we wanted to live in Italy. And we were getting older, and we had a family that, at that time, they were sort of thinking of sending us down to Africa. And I'd seen as much of Africa as I wanted. So I resigned. Hard thing to do when you're making it $11,000 a year and then suddenly have nothing but what your family had left you, which wasn't very much. But they,
So this was about when?
1961, 62. I think 62, yeah.
So you're looking back at your OSS experience. What
That
do you
was
think?
great. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I think to me, I felt safest when I was behind the lines. So that was when you could vanish into a crowd. And there was one time they were about to send me to Elba, not to Elba, God knows, I never want to see Elba. Actually, Elba's a beautiful island. But they were going to send me to Genoa and see what I don't know what I had to find out in Genoa. The OSS, quite rightly, didn't tell you what they were interested in until they had you ready for the place, you know. But that would have been much more, because I would have been in civilian clothes, out of the army, because before I went in, I signed up for the army, you see, what they called voluntary induction. And I'd already had the Army and the Air Force. It wasn't the Army, it was the Air Force. And I loved that, and I was hoping that I could really fly. But in retrospect, I don't mind that I didn't fly. I found that after the tremendous, wonderful feeling of being alone in a plane or a helicopter has gone, it's not. I think a jet would be fabulous, but I was too old for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the OSS as an organization? Is it well run?
No. The CIA or the OSS? Oh, the OSS.
Start with the OSS, then also the CIA.
No, I think that they were in too much of a hurry. And you know, they should have, if they had started it 10 years before, it would have been great. But when started it and given the assignment the way they were, and Donovan's real idea was to get in there himself, you know, and he was a action man, and a good intelligence organization should be a quiet place, and should never have people like me.
Why is that?
Well, because I was having too much fun, and also a more mature person, an older person. When I went into the OSS, I don't know how old. I think maybe 24, 25, something like that. And I just loved it. It was this was a thing, you know. You could do all the things that you're told you're not supposed to do.
You get away with it.
Yeah.
And the CIA, what type of?
Well, I think that the idea of intelligence the Army having its own intelligence is a lot better than depending on the CIA. The CIA doesn't really know what the Army wants. And it's the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, though they have entirely different interests, and they should each have their own intelligence. And then there should be a political intelligence also for the State Department. And that is an intelligence organization, you know.
So 1960, you quit the Foreign Service.
I quit the Foreign Service. I was offered a position on the CIA as a mole with my family. And I thought, you know, that's not, I don't know, it might have been interesting, you know. Maybe I'll go back to it there. I've done a few jobs for them, and never asked for any pay. The things that interested me, and but I don't think I do that anymore.
So for the last 40 years,
I've been writing. I've been investing in real estate and doing a very good thing of it, you know. But buy a house, and I was buying them houses for $5,000. We bought a house in the Bahamas for $5,000, and this when nobody wanted to go there. And the same thing in Italy. I've owned. My wife and I have owned at one time 4 apartments in Rome. We never paid more than about $1,000, $2,000 for them. In the old part of Rome, which is the most attractive part, I've always felt. We bought a big apartment that was probably about the size, all divided up, you know, in an old palazzo in the old part of Rome, in a 16th century building, and we bought that for 8 million liras, which was at the time about $6,000. It was as big as this area, like this, with terraces and fantastic. And we bought it for about, I can't remember exactly, but I think maybe $6,000, something like that. And sold it for $200,000.
dollars?
Dollars, yeah. A few years later. And with that we bought a house in the Roman, where he was born, in the Roman Campagna. And he's a Roman citizen. He was actually born in Rome. But he was a little boy he was a baby when we had that house and we had it fixed all up. It was a sort of tower, and lovely place with vineyards and olive groves and things like that.
What kind of writing have you done?
Oh, a bit of everything, but let's see. I wrote for the New York Daily News, and I wrote a novel, and these are not ones that I'm particularly proud of. They were mystery stories, and they were short stories. My wife, on the other hand, wrote some very good books, and My idea was to write as fast as possible, get it over with. And for the past 3 years, I've been writing one book. I've been writing, working off and on 2 books. One of them is Take the Helm Now, and it's for women to get themselves in Washington, because the men have trashed our country. I feel that men have trashed our country. I think they've trashed the finances of it, from Roosevelt on down. I think that that they've trashed the politics of it, and they've. I don't believe that we have any business heavy spending, allowing anybody to spend $100 million to get in the White House, because I believe that that creates corruption in politics. And I think that there's not a single president after Roosevelt and Truman and Eisenhower, those 3, who has left the job without having millions of dollars. I think that's wrong. And I think that war is wrong, and I think that Johnson's, the Vietnam War was probably the most corrupt thing that had ever happened. And he knew it, you know? And I don't like to say, this makes me sound a little bit as though I'm anti-Semitic, but I think that what happened in Israel was completely wrong. I think that the dividing the country up was perfectly all right. I mean, they had such a bad deal throughout the world. I mean, there've been too many people who were really anti-Jewish, not just anti-Semitic. I'm more or less anti-Semitic because I think that the whole bunch of them, the real, you know, what Israel has done to itself, and they're just taking the rest of the half that has nothing to do with it, with the land that was granted by the United Nations mandate to Israel, was plenty of land, unless they want to take over the world. And I don't know whether they want to take over the world or not, and that's I think that the Palestinians had as much a right to half the land as probably more of a right to half the land. Now, you might say, well, 2,000 years ago, the Jews had it, but they had it for a shorter time than they've not had it. And they did, after all, they took over somebody else's land, you know, which we did, and which is normal and unfortunate, but it's normal.
Well, this has been an adventure. Thank you very much.
Come on over and see Italy and Elba. And
I may take you up on that sometime.
Come on, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Pomeroy. This has been...
You edit out that last